Join me in welcoming our officiating guests.
Officiating guests. 鼓掌。
请各位嘉宾就座。
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Welcome to the opening ceremony of Hong Kong Maritime Week 2023 and the third World Maritime Merchants Forum. It's my great honor to be the MC today. My name is Zhu Dan. I'm from the China Media Group.
Good afternoon and welcome to the opening ceremony of Hong Kong Maritime Week 2023 and the third World Maritime Merchants Forum. It is my honor to be your MC. I'm Heng Chao of Waguo Maritime Transport Holdings.
香港海运周是香港海运及港口。
As the signature annual event for Hong Kong shipping and port industry, Hong Kong Maritime Week has been hosted for 6 sessions since 2016 and plays a key role in promoting Hong Kong's shipping industry. At the same time, since its launch in 2021, the World Maritime Merchants Forum has become a landmark event in the international shipping calendar. This year, Hong Kong Maritime Week and the World Maritime Merchants Forum are partnering up for the first time. Our aim is to combine the strength of the two platforms to create a stronger, more interesting and more comprehensive industry event.
Event for Hong Kong shipping and port industry. Hong Kong Maritime Week plays a key role in promoting Hong Kong's shipping industry. At the same time, since its launch in 2021, the World Maritime Merchants Forum has become a landmark event, the international shipping calendar. This year, Hong Kong Maritime Week and the World Maritime Merchants Forum are partnering up for the first time. Our aim is to combine the strengths of the two platforms to create a stronger, more interesting, and more comprehensive industry event.
Today, we have over 900 leaders of the global shipping industry gathered here in Hong Kong. We would like to extend our warmest welcome to all.
The theme of this year's Hong Kong Maritime Week is Recharging the Maritime Industry. We have an action-packed program over the coming week. Hong Kong Maritime Week would not be possible without the support from the following organizations. Hong Kong Maritime and Port Board, the organizer of Hong Kong Maritime Week. Hong Kong Shipowner Association and Hong Kong Maritime Museum, the co-organizers. And Hong Kong Trade Development Council and Invest Hong Kong, who are the partners of Hong Kong Maritime Week.
And the supporting organizations, Asian Ship Powers Association, Baltic and International Maritime Council, China Maritime Law Association, China Ship Powers Association, China Ship Powers Mutual Assurance Association, Committee Maritime International, Hong Kong Maritime Law Association, International Chamber of Shipping, International Group of P&I Clubs, International Union of Marine Insurance, Maritime London, and the London Maritime Arbitrators Association, and last but not least, our local and international event organizers.
Now, let us introduce our officiating guests.
Mr. Leung Cheng-in, Vice Chairman of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference.
Conference.
香港特别行政区政府
The Honorable John Casey Lee, the Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region.
SAR.
中央人民政府驻香港特区联络办公室
Mr. Zheng Yanxiong, Director of the Liaison Office at the Central People's Government in the Hong Kong SAR.
Government in the Hong Kong SAR.
中华人民共
Mr. Fu Xuying, Vice Minister, Ministry of Transport of the People's Republic of China.
Minister of the Ministry of Transport of the People's Republic of China.
招商局集团
Mr. Miao Jieming, Chairman of China Merchants Group.
Jieming, Chairman, China Merchants Group. We are greatly honored to have the Honorable John Lee, the Chief Executive of the Hong Kong SAR, to give an opening address. May I invite Mr. Lee to the stage, please?
有请行政长官李家超先生致辞。
Honorable Vice Chairman CY Leung, Honorable Director Zheng Yanxiong, Honorable Vice Minister Fu Xuying, Chairman Mao Jianming, distinguished guests, friends of the global maritime community, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the Hong Kong Maritime Week 2023. This ceremony kicks off the third World Maritime Merchants Forum. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to the 900 maritime experts and professionals joining us from around the world. Your presence here is a testament to your trust and confidence in Hong Kong as an international maritime center. I find the theme of this year's Hong Kong Maritime Week, recharging the maritime industry, most timely. Hong Kong and the world have emerged from the pandemic, but the virus did leave its mark. From the disruptions of global supply chains to the change in the spending pattern of customers, the world of maritime is in need of a solution to give the industry a boost, a recharge. Hong Kong is glad and eager to contribute. The Hong Kong Maritime Week this year showcases around 50 activities across 7 days, ranging from conferences and seminars to tours and competitions. It will be an exciting week filled with valuable experiences and networking opportunities. This year, the Transport and Logistics Bureau of the Hong Kong SAR government is joining hands with the China Merchants Group in launching the Maritime Week together with the World Maritime Merchants Forum for the first time. If a recharge is what the maritime industry needs, then riding the wave, which is the theme of the World Maritime Merchants Forum this year, aptly represents the resilience and adaptability that define our shipping industry. At this forum, you will engage in productive discussions and strategize on ways to navigate the challenges ahead amid the rapidly evolving global landscape. The convergence of these two influential maritime events signifies Hong Kong's unique role as a super connector as well as a super value adder in the global and regional maritime industry, where we can capitalize on new opportunities together to ensure a prosperous future for the shipping industry. That unique role is bestowed upon Hong Kong by the one country, two systems principle. It entrusts us the steadfast support from the central government and the unparalleled connectivity with the world. The National 14th Five-Year Plan supports Hong Kong's role in the global maritime sector with a focus on development of high value-added maritime services. In his keynote address for the third Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation a month ago, President Xi Jinping announced 8 major actions China will take to support the joint pursuit of high-quality Belt and Road cooperation. The first of the 8 steps is the building of a multi-dimensional Belt and Road connectivity network. Being a long-established maritime and aviation hub with extensive road and rail networks, Hong Kong is well positioned to actively contribute to building such a network. Hong Kong is a free port characterized by strong international connectivity, speedy customs clearance, and high workflow efficiency. Known for its robustness and efficiency, our port ranks among the top 10 busiest container ports globally and serves as a key transshipment hub in the region. With over 240 weekly international container vessel sailings, we provide extensive connections to over 460 destinations worldwide. The maritime and port industry is important to Hong Kong's economy. It directly contributes 4.1% or over 110 billion Hong Kong dollars to our GDP. It also contributes to 2.1% of total employment, creating over 78,000 jobs. Over 90% of total freight volume entering or leaving Hong Kong relies on water transport. Thanks to our long-standing maritime heritage, Hong Kong boasts a quality ship registry that ranks 4th globally in terms of gross tonnage and a vibrant maritime cluster. We are home to over 1,100 port and maritime companies offering a wide range of comprehensive maritime services. Hong Kong is the only common law jurisdiction in China. We have a long and established tradition of the rule of law. Coupled with our strategic geographical location, world-class infrastructure, and business-friendly environment, Hong Kong provides a diverse ecosystem for a thriving maritime industry. Thanks to our prowess in legal and disputes resolution services, Hong Kong has become one of the designated arbitration venues in the Baltic and International Maritime Council's global standard maritime contracts. Legal services are, of course, just one of the many streams of world-class professional services that Hong Kong has to offer. Accountants, architects, engineers, investment advisors, IT specialists, lawyers, supply chain managers, surveyors, the list just goes on and on. You name it, we've got it. Our professionals are here to continue to contribute to adding important value to the prosperous development in Hong Kong, along the Belt and Road and beyond. Indeed, the Hong Kong SAR government has implemented a host of measures to drive maritime development. They range from tax concessions targeting maritime business services to collaborations with international maritime organizations and port cities in the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area, or the GBA. The GBA comprises Hong Kong, Macau, and 9 cities of Guangdong province, sharing a long shoreline in the southern part of China. It has a population of 86 million and a combined GDP equivalent to that of the world's 10th largest economy. As I announced in my second policy address last month, we will continue to develop the city as a leading international maritime center. In the coming weeks, the Transport and Logistics Bureau will publish a detailed action plan on maritime and port development strategy. The plan will enhance high-end maritime services, facilitate transformation towards zero emission, promote smart and digital initiatives in the industry, and promote global exchanges. We are actively working towards organizing the Greater Bay International Maritime Conference. It will further amplify the collective capabilities of our 9+2 cities. To strengthen multidimensional connectivity, we will enhance logistic cooperation with other GBA cities and strengthen ties with cities on the west bank of the Pearl River, leveraging key infrastructure such as the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge to facilitate efficient cargo transshipment via Hong Kong. Hong Kong is fully dedicated to leading the way in driving the green transformation of the maritime industry. We will actively advocate the use and supply of new energy in sea, land, and air transport. In this regard, we will soon kickstart a feasibility study of providing green methanol bunkering for both local and ocean-going vessels, so as to develop Hong Kong into a green maritime-led fuel bunkering center. In the coming year, we will set out an action plan for the construction of bunkering facilities and development of supply chains. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage all of you to actively exchange views with your counterparts here and forge partnerships that will shape the future of our maritime industry. On that note, I wish you all a fruitful and successful Maritime Week and a productive World Maritime Merchants Forum. Together, let us recharge the maritime industry and ride the wave to navigate towards a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Executive Mr. Zhong Li. May I now invite Mr. Lan Sai-hon, the Secretary for Transport and Logistics and the Chairman of Hong Kong MPB, to deliver your opening remarks. Mr. Lan, please.
Chief Executive, the Honorable Vice Chairman C.Y. Leung, Director Zhang Yanxiong, Vice Minister Fu Xuyin, Chairman Mr. Miao Jianmin, distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm delighted to join the 7th edition of the Hong Kong Maritime Week and the 3rd World Maritime Merchants Forum today. Also, we are delighted to be working side by side with the China Merchants Group and other collaborators to commence not one, but 2 of the most signature and widely anticipated events in the maritime community and to bring together outstanding thinkers and doers worldwide. This year, we are also joining hands with 12 support organizations, including 3 new partners, who collectively represent some of the most prominent organizations at the forefront of the maritime industry. These developments reflect our overall drive to scale up the Hong Kong Maritime Week and enhance Hong Kong as the premier destination for international dialogue, exchange, and cooperation. While the world of maritime has drifted dramatically over the past several years during the 3-year-long pandemic, from changing global supply chains to shifting geopolitical landscapes, our industry has remained strong and steadfast in the headwinds. Tides of new changes also await ahead. From the push to adopt automation and digitalization for greater efficiency, to the search for new generation fuel for the green transition we need to achieve. Just as the goal says, we can't direct the wind, but we can adjust our sails. Here in Hong Kong, we are already taking on these new challenges. As announced in the Chief Executive's policy address last month, by the end of this year, working together with the industry, we will launch a new action plan to set out a comprehensive strategy for our maritime and port development. Take our smart initiatives as an example. Hong Kong has long been as a catch-up port that helps vessels make up for delays in other ports. To further enhance port efficiency and reduce the time and costs of cargo handling, we are actively promoting the development of smart ports by setting up a digitalized port community system to facilitate the flow of data. By the same token, we'll continue to give full play to Hong Kong's distinctive advantage of being simultaneously connected to both the mainland and the world. As the super connector and super value adder in the Greater Bay Area, we are working closely with our peers to promote the overall competitiveness of the region. Our collaboration with the long-anticipated World Maritime Merchants Forums, organized by the China Merchants Group, is a clear illustration of our strength, bringing the very platform for high-level meetings to brilliant minds from global shipping, political, and business spheres. Without doubt, the cornerstone of Hong Kong's success as an international maritime center is our people. Indeed, we have spared no effort in nurturing the new generation of maritime talent. For example, in September this year, we launched the Maritime Services Training Scheme Legal to support young people aspiring to a career in maritime law. The Maritime Week also presents exceptional opportunities. Today and tomorrow, keep abreast with the industry's cutting-edge developments by hearing directly from the preeminent experts at the World Maritime Merchants Forum and the Asian Logistics, Maritime and Aviation Conference. At the captain's table on Thursday, be inspired by how innovative ideas are translated into new business ventures. And for young friends considering a future in the industry, the Maritime Services Training Institute will be hosting career development sessions alongside an open day. I strongly encourage everyone to get involved in the Hong Kong Maritime Week and tap into the new opportunities on offer in our maritime sector. On behalf of the Transport and Logistics Bureau and the Hong Kong Maritime and Port Board, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for your support of the Hong Kong Maritime Week 2023. I eagerly look forward to the fruitful and thought-provoking conversations that will unfold throughout the week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lam. May I now invite our officiating guests to come on stage for the opening ceremony.
接下来我们将进入开幕仪式环节。Mr. John Lee, the Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region.
Mr. C.Y. Leung, Vice Chairman of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference.
Mr. Zheng Yanxiong, Director, Liaison Office of the Central People's Government in the Hong Kong SAR.
Mr. Fu Xuying, Vice Minister, Minister of Transport of the PRC.
Mr. Lam Sai-hon, Secretary for Transport and Logistics of Hong Kong SAR.
The Honorable Frankie Yik, Member of the Legislative Council of the Hong Kong SAR.
Mr. Miao Jianming, Chairman, China Merchants Group Limited.
Ms. Shi Dai, President of China Merchants Group.
Ms. Rosita Lau, Chairperson of the Promotion and External Relations Committee of Hong Kong MPB.
Ms. Carol Yun, Director of Marine of the Hong Kong SAR.
Captain Bjorn Hogarth, Chairman of the Maritime and Port Development Committee of Hong Kong Maritime and Port Board.
Mr. Wellington Koo, Chairman of the Hong Kong Shipowner Association.
Mr. Willie Lin, Chairman of the Manpower Development Committee of Hong Kong MPB.
Mr. Richard Hext, Chairman of the Hong Kong Maritime Museum.
There's an on-screen button. By pressing the button, you will initiate the recharge of Hong Kong's maritime industry. 在各位嘉宾的身后有一个按钮，稍后请大家转过身来，用手按住按钮。好的，我们首先合影一张。
Now, on the count of three, may I ask our officiating guests to put your hands on the panel and kickstart Hong Kong Maritime Week 2023. Ready?
请大家转身准备好。
Please put your hand on the screen.
请大家面向观众。好的，准备好了吗？让我们开始倒数。Ready？ 好，让我们在最后调整一下姿势，保证最好的状态呈现在我们的合影当中。
This all adds to the excitement, doesn't it?
Yes, of course. Thank you, everyone. Let's get ready.
Now, finally, ready? One, two, three.
立成，请各位将手放下，转身和一起合影。
Please put down your hands and get ready for the group photo.
Together，请大家面向镜头合影。
Please face the camera for the group photo.
Taking this opportunity, I would like also to invite the following guests to come on stage to join the commemorative photograph.
我们请各位主礼嘉宾留步，我们将邀请其他嘉宾上台来合影留念。让我们邀请 Captain 许立荣 ，Chairman of China Ship Association and China Ship Powers Mutual Assurance Association.
Ms. Sabrina Chow, immediate past chairman of BIMCO.
Ms. Li Zhuyong, Chairman of China Maritime Law Association.
Mr. Guy Platten, Secretary General of ICS. Monsieur Frédéric Denep, President of International Union of Marine Insurance.
Mr. Shan Hongjun, President of Dalian Maritime University.
Mr. David Lucy, Secretary General and CEO of BIMCO.
Mr. Hin Chao, Executive Chairman of Wakwam Maritime Transport Holdings. The Honorable Yim Kun, Member of the Legislative Council of Hong Kong SAR. Mr. Chen Chun, Member of the Chinese Academy of Engineering.好的，各位嘉宾，让我们
Ladies and gentlemen, please take a group photo by looking the camera.
1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. 好，接下来我
Now please be seated. The officiating guests, please now be seated.
Over the course of this week, we will have over 50 events organized by 70+ local and international organizations. These events range from large-scale conferences and professional seminars to maritime-themed visits, tours, competitions, and family fun day, which you are most welcome to join in. Participation may be in person or online.
This brings us to the end of the opening ceremony session and the start of the anchor event of Hong Kong Maritime Week 2023, the third World Maritime Merchants Forum. With the theme Riding the Wave, the forum will focus on the most important challenges and opportunities for the global shipping industry.
开幕典礼到此结束，接下来。
This concludes the opening ceremony. Next, we would like to proudly introduce the flagship event of this year's Hong Kong Maritime Week, the third World Maritime Merchants Forum. With the theme of Riding the Wave, the conference will focus on the challenges and opportunities of the shipping industry under the global economic and trade changes and gather resources to build a new ecosystem for global shipping.
Sets out the ambition and aims of World Maritime Merchants Forum. Please take a moment to enjoy.
In our ever-changing world, the waves of time unfurled. Beneath the guiding beacon, we secure our safe navigation. Time always transforms all, yet change remains its eternal allure. In the age of VUCA, how can we tackle the challenges we are confronting? What strategies can be employed to drive progress in this era? By wholeheartedly embracing change, can we answer the questions of our time? Facing the formidable shared challenge, we arrived at a profound realization that the historical flow of peace, development, and win-win cooperation is unstoppable. Unimpeded trade is the foundation for the interdependence and prosperity of humanity. In the face of dynamic industry fluctuations, the importance of robust development becomes increasingly evident. Standing at the forefront, we forge our era of resilience. From the shipping industry, we aim to create shared value for all of humankind. From navigating turbulent instability to rebuilding momentum with resilience. From struggling to survive to pursuing resilient collaboration. The future is already at our doorstep. Confronting challenges in the shipping industry today, only through collaboration and collective action can we achieve mutual progress. Let's pool our industry expertise to discover solutions for our time. Resisting external risks and challenges through collaborative development. Accelerating transformation and reshaping the shipping landscape through technological innovation. Fostering innovation and combining the development model with the power of digitalization. Stimulating sustainable growth through green and low-carbon initiatives. Building a robust foundation for industrial development grounded in safety and reliability. Through unity, we can go the distance. With perseverance, we can attain greatness. 2023 World Maritime Merchants Forum in Hong Kong, China. Riding the wave.
谢谢。
Thank you. Today we have with us the following VIPs in attendance.
Is in attendance.
Ms. Johanna Christensen, CEO of Global Maritime Forum.
Mr. David Loosley, Secretary General and CEO of BIMCO.
Mr. Guy Platten, Secretary General of ICS.
Mr. Philip Young, Honorary Chairman of the Hong Kong International Arbitration Center.
Ms. Katharina Stansel, Managing Director of Intertanko.
Mr. Remy Erickson, President and CEO of DNV Group.
This forum is hosted by China Merchants Group in conjunction with Transport and Logistics Bureau of the Hong Kong SAR, BIMCO, ICS, and Hong Kong Ship Owners Association, co-organized by Hong Kong Chinese Enterprises Association and Hong Kong Shipping Circles Association. The forum is organized by China Merchants Energy Shipping Company Limited.
Today, we're privileged to have Mr. C.Y. Leung, Vice Chairman of the National Committee of CPPCC, as our guest of honor. Please welcome Vice President Mr. C.Y. Leung to give a welcoming address.
Chief Executive Mr. Lee, Director Zheng, Vice Minister Fu, Chairman Miao, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very pleased to join you at the third World Maritime Merchants Forum. I extend to you my warmest congratulations. 1 year ago, when I addressed the second World Maritime Merchants Forum, I said, quote, "The COVID pandemic remains a challenge, the geopolitical situation uncertain, and the global economy under stress," unquote. Now, 1 year on, while COVID restrictions have been lifted, the geopolitical situation has become more uncertain, and the global economy is under more stress. Politically this year, we have the Palestine-Israel conflicts on top of the Russia-Ukraine war. Elsewhere, trade and other economic activities are being sacrificed for political ends, often to please or appease some parts of the domestic audiences. Globalization has been set in reverse gear. The result is the compounding of political and economic uncertainties that the world has not seen for decades. The global economy is also under greater stress. If nothing else, the economy is in the grips of higher interest rates. Since we last met at this forum in November 2022, the Fed rate has increased from 3.75% to 5.5%, suppressing demand and international trade. The compounding effects of the geopolitical and economic situations have created a serious drag on trade and hence the demand for maritime services. I'm reminded once again of the insight of President Xi Jinping, namely, we are facing major changes unseen in a century. 百年未有之大变局. In the face of such a challenge, I'm pleased to see that the key word in the theme of this year's forum is resilience, which is used to deal with the new megatrend 4 and aims at generating growth, 增长. Ladies and gentlemen, world trade has enhanced productivity, improved living standards of peoples living along the trade routes, and generally created wealth. For about 1,000 years, thanks to the efficiency of shipping, world trade has depended heavily on maritime merchants. The reverse is also true. The word growth in this year's theme resonates not only with maritime merchants all over the world, but also the customers they serve, be they suppliers or consumers. The word growth also resonates beyond the shores of China. Therefore, in addition to being resilient, I believe we should seek out the drags on growth, proactively deal with them, and let maritime merchants play their proper roles. While geopolitics are getting more complex and hazardous, the world trade situation is relatively simpler. The drags on world trade are essentially a matter of playing up international rivalry, enlarging protectionist measures, sometimes in the name of political de-risking. And the result of the small yard, high fence, 小院高墙 mindset, no matter what label that has been put on them. In other words, while we enhance resilience, we should focus also on depoliticizing international economic activities, which hinders both international trade and investment. In the past week, President Xi Jinping has publicly and clearly stated China's position on the importance of international cooperation on trade and investment, as well as the significant role that China plays in generating growth in the global economy. Hong Kong is the super connector in world trade. Nearly all the merchandise that Hong Kong sells and buys are for third parties. It is also a staunch advocate and role model for free trade. At the same time, it is an important maritime hub, now elevating itself to provide maritime services. I'm encouraged to see the list of well-renowned speakers at this year's forum. I'm sure through our concerted and sustained efforts, we can bring common sense back to the global political stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leung, for your speech and profound reflections. As the world is sailing into a more complex, more tortuous stage of globalization, the importance of shipping will not be lessened but further enhanced. And Hong Kong, as super connector between China and the world, we will continue to play a bigger role, no doubt. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Zheng Yanxiong, the Director of the Liaison Office of the Central People's Government in Hong Kong SAR, on stage to deliver a keynote.
有请中央人民政府驻香港联络办公室主任。
I would like to invite Mr. Zheng Yanxiong, the Director of Liaison Office, on stage to deliver a keynote address. Distinguished Mr. C.Y. Leung, Mr. John Lee, Mr. Fu Ximing, Mr. Miao Jianming, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to participate in the third World Maritime Merchant Forum. On behalf of the Liaison Office, I would like to congratulate on this successful holding of the forum, and I would like to thank all the people participating in this conference. Thank you very much. Several days ago, President Xi Jinping attended the meeting with U.S. President Biden in San Francisco. He stressed that China needs to engage with the U.S., but it is not feasible to change views of the other party. We cannot bear the outcomes of conflict. Major power competitions does not solve the issues that we face. However, the world is big enough to accommodate both China and U.S. The success of the two countries pose opportunities for the other. This meeting is comprehensive and positive. It has strategic implications with profound implications in the world. China and U.S. needs to find a path to work together and to find the correct direction. We need to inject certainty in this uncertain world and to increase stability. The two leaders of the two countries work together to offer a good path for the two countries and also to bring new expectations and hope for the maritime industries in the world. At this moment, the third World Maritime Merchant Forums is very timely and significant. Maritime service is the link that connects the world. It is also a barometer for the world's economy. The world's economy is in its down time. We are facing headwinds and instabilities. So the third World Maritime Merchant Forum is hosted in Hong Kong, gives us hope, the hope that the world's maritime industry can work together and are willing to pay efforts to work together. We can see the resilience and the prospect of the world's economy. At this forum, we have the theme based on resilience and injecting energies. This is how we turned crisis into opportunities, to turn stress into momentum. And it is our sincere hope for the world in the head. So I would like to share my 3 personal understanding. First, we need to grasp the pulse of the world's economy. We need to work together with unity. President Xi Jinping has pointed out that the world actually is a collection of different countries. No countries can face the difficulties by themselves, and we cannot be enclosed in our own silos. Today's world is embraced with a changing world, unseen in a century. We are faced with the challenges of protectionism and anti-globalism, but that does not work. That does not win the heart of the people of the world. We need to unite around each other to create opportunities, to create solutions for the difficulties. We need to build an open global economy, to build a world that is governed by all of us. This is the path forward. This is the right direction. The world's maritime industry began with the Great Sailing era. It started the globalization. It is also united under the common human destiny. This is the history of all humanity. We need to voice ourselves, to say our concerns, and to say no to the noises of anti-globalism, and to say no to the protectionism, and to say no to the selfishness, to say yes to sharing, to co-establishment. We need to establish a better and more conducive environment for economic growth. Second, we need to grasp the opportunities of the opening up of China and to promote growth with this opportunity. President Xi Jinping has stated that China is an opportunity for the world. We'll continue to promote high-quality growth. We will continue to promote open economy establishment to establish a more inclusive, balanced economy for the win-win cause. With the new reform and opening up of China, we are emphasizing more on resilience, and we have been demonstrating this resilience. Our economy recovery is among the top of the world. IMF recently revised our GDP growth upward. Our door to the world is more and more opened. The import exhibitions in China has reached historical height in terms of transaction volume and amount. China is opening the door to the world's participant. The Belt and Road development also injects great momentum to the world economy growth. China carry out proactive and pragmatic cooperations with the Belt and Road regions that also pose great opportunities for the world's economy. With a big shift, we can guard against fierce storms. I would like to encourage the world's participants to get on board of the China's sail ships. No matter the past, the present, or the future, China will prove to be your smartest choice. Historically, the world's maritime history has a very interwoven history with China, with the Maritime Silk Road. And today, maritime industry can also benefit from China's new opportunities and to create better growth. Third, we also need to grasp the opportunities of Hong Kong's transitions from chaos to stability, from the old to the new. With the improvement of the election systems in Hong Kong, patriots governing Hong Kong, this principle has been safeguarded here. And Hong Kong is marching toward a new era of stability and prosperity. Hong Kong's commercial environment is even better and more united. Hong Kong has been more able and proactive to be the superconnector between mainland and the world. And Hong Kong is poised to embrace the opportunity of connecting with China, mainland. And Hong Kong needs to work harder to be the superconnector. Mr. John Lee has stated in his announcement last month that the maritime industry will continue to be enhanced. We have many participants here who are actually very close to Hong Kong and have been working on your business development here in this region and to work towards the prosperity of Hong Kong. In this new historic event, I believe that you'll continue to consolidate your business layout in Hong Kong and to introduce more creative business solutions here. And we would like to work together for the digitalization, green transitions, and the smart operations of Hong Kong's maritime industry, and to create new prosperity and reach a new historic height. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Central People's Government has been committed to enhance Hong Kong's unique positions in the maritime industry, to maintain a stable environment, a common law jurisdictions, to be a superconnector in this region. The liaison officer will also continue to be committed to safeguard one country, two system policies, and to be a safeguard in serving Hong Kong to be prosperous with stability and to consolidate our business positions in maritime industry. We are committed to serve the companies based in Hong Kong. We are committed to work together with you to make sure the one country, two system policies will be implemented. I wish all the success to this forum. Thank you very much.
谢谢郑主任。
Thank you, Mr. Zhang.
Vice Minister, the Minister of Transport of China, joining our forum. Let us welcome Mr. Fu. 让我们有请中国交通运输部副部长。
Mr. Fu, please. Distinguished Mr. C.Y. Leung, Mr. John Lee, Mr. Zheng Yanxiong, Mr. Miao Jianxiong, distinguished guests, friends. Ladies and gentlemen, Hong Kong is a brilliant hotspot. It's a beautiful place. I'm very happy to participate in the Third World Maritime Merchant Forum. Actually, invited by Mr. Li Xiaopeng, I would like to offer my congratulations to this forum, and I would like to offer my heartfelt thanks to the friends who are actually contributed to the Hong Kong's development. President Xi Jinping pays high attention to the development of transportation. In September 15 this year, President Xi Jinping has actually offered his opinions to the Transportation Summit this year to build efficient, economical, inclusive, and green, resilient transportation system is important. It is pivotal in establishing a harmonious and connected world in China. It is a very important role.
China is accelerating its efforts to build a strong power in transportation. We will continue to maintain our connectivity with the world and the current times. We will offer more opportunities to the development of transportation of the world with our own growth. The instruction from President Xi Jinping pointed very clear road forward and guidelines for the future development of transportation. This forum is themed on riding the wave, which is relevant and coincide with the instructions of President Xi. It is poised to enhance the exchange in the global maritime industry and promote the sustainable development of the shipping industry of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, at present, the unseen changes, unseen in a century, have been accelerating with an increasing number of sentences. Now we have come out of the pandemic and we are standing at the cusp of a new era. In the maritime industry, we need to adapt to changes and we need to create new opportunities with time. Here, I'd like to offer my views in 4 aspects. First, we need to enhance our foundation and strengthen our resilience. We need to build connectivity and a complete network so we can optimize a 3-dimensional transportation network. We need to enhance the functions of ports and their radiating effect. We need to focus on important hubs and paths, enhance the effort to plug the loopholes in transportation network. We need to guarantee the stable and smooth logistics and supply chain of the world. Secondly, we must be committed to innovation and the role of technology as an enabler. We need to seize the opportunities from new round of technological revolution and industrial transformation. We will need to promote the new generation of IT with shipping industry. We need to accelerate our efforts to build intelligent ports, waterways, and we need to build a digital platform for shipping industry. We need to shape new momentum and new advantages for shipping industries. Thirdly, we must be committed to an ecosystem and a green and low carbon landscape. We need to actively optimize the energy mix and transportation matrix. We need to make sure that new energies are being applied in this field. We need to coordinate the development of new ports, green waterways, and green institutions. We need to use renewable energies as replacements for the new path of development. Fourthly, we must be committed to openness and cooperation and win-win collaboration. We will continue to promote the connectivity of facilities and the connectivities of regulations. We need to enhance international cooperation, technical exchanges, and experience sharing. We must take active role in global maritime governance and at a broader scale, in a broader scope and at a higher scale, we must realize openness and cooperation. Ministry of Transport will continue to support Hong Kong in enhancing and promoting its role as an international maritime hub. We will make sure that its advantages of modern services will be applied, and we hope that China Merchants Group and other national enterprises in China will help Hong Kong achieve its long-term goal of prosperity by offering differentiated services and better serving the Belt and Road Initiative with high-quality development. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, shipping industry is an important guarantee for global trade and services, and merchants are an important force to promote that trend. Let us work together and ride the wave in the future and sail afar. Let us work together to contribute to the building of a world of a shared future. And I wish the forum a great success. Thank you.
谢谢. Thank you, Mr. Fu. As a key link in the global supply chain, in order to keep up with the pace of change across all industrial sectors, the shipping industry needs to become more intelligent and more green. Let's invite Mr. Miao Jieming, Chairman of China Merchants Group, to give a keynote on openness and integration, embracing the era of great transformation in shipping.
Distinguished Vice Chairman, Mr. Liang Jianying, Chief Executive, Mr. Zhang Li, Director, Mr. Zeng Yanxiong, Vice Minister, Mr. Fu Xuying, dear guests on site and online, good afternoon. 2 years ago, the World Maritime Merchants Forum set sail from Hong Kong. Over the past 2 years, the forum has pooled collective wisdom and strength for the global shipping community, identified industry trends, discussed business future, and promoted cooperative growth with many shared insights translated into vivid industry practices. The World Maritime Merchants Forum has become an important platform and an iconic event to promote prosperity and progress of the global shipping industry chain. As the organizer, and on behalf of China Merchants Group, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to those who have participated in and supported the World Maritime Merchants Forum. Thank you. This year, the third World Maritime Merchants Forum kicks off with the opening of Hong Kong Maritime Week 2023, further highlighting the Hong Kong's position as an international shipping center. The world's shipping experts and industry elites are gathered here to spark inspiration. I believe this forum will surely become a memorable event. Modern-day shipping is a crest of the age of exploration and the Industrial Revolution. It has participated in and witnessed major changes in human society and powerfully stimulate modernization and globalization. Nowadays, the world is once again standing at a historic juncture, facing unprecedented changes unseen in a century. The prologue is gradually unfolding for major transformation in shipping, which is manifested in the following three aspects. Firstly, transformation of the world, where global political and economic turbulences fundamentally reshape shipping demand. As affected by geopolitics and anti-globalization factors, world trade, being the lifeline of shipping business, is entering a stage of turbulent transformation. On the other hand, the slowdown in global trade has reduced overall shipping demand. As put by Jeremy Lafkin in The Futurist, human society is transitioning from the age of progress, where efficiency is priority, to the age of resilience, where safety is paramount. Rapid growth driven by efficiency has become a story of the past. Sustainable and resilient development that emphasize adaptation and ecosystem prosperity is becoming the mainstream. The linear growth trend of total shipping demand alongside booming global trade over the past few decades has changed. On the other hand, changes in global trade introduced structural opportunities. Based on supply chain security considerations and environmental protection requirements, new transportation demands continue to emerge. For example, energy shipping sees significant increase. So are low-load transportation for EVs and shipping for LNG. In a world of uncertainties, the structural growth opportunities for shipping are a certain case despite overall growth limit. Secondly, transformation of the technology, where upgrade and iteration of ship tech standards deeply reset shipping supply. We have seen digital revolution empowering ship operation models and improving operation efficiency. In the near future, application of smart technologies will disrupt shipping production and operation. Intelligent ships and autonomous shipping will turn into reality. While digital intelligence revolution optimizes and upgrades shipping supply, the green revolution brings complete reshuffling. As the global shipping industry accelerates carbon reduction, the substitution for low carbon and zero carbon fuel powered ships is also picking up pace. Power systems and overall mechanisms require iteration, as older versions will be outdated in a short while, which will significantly affect global shipping capacity and operating cost. More importantly, the transformation to green shipping involves various links such as ship manufacturing and operation, fuel production, storage, transportation, and refueling. This will be a revolution for entire industry chain where new rules replace the old ones. The wave of digital intelligence and green low-carbon shipping is coming. Shipping companies are facing both huge pressure for transformation and ample opportunities for growth. Thirdly, transformation of the business, where evolving business logics completely rewrite the way we operate. As shipping cost is rising, customers are more demanding about logistic timeliness, resulting in rising numbers of diversified and personalized demands. Multimodal transportation, which integrates sea, air, rail, and road finds new opportunities for growth. In China, multimodal transportation volume reached 3.8 billion tons in 2022, 2.2 times the size of 5 years ago. In Europe, international multimodal transportation is estimated to account for nearly 14% of the overall volume. Nowadays, shipping companies must rise above the water to closely integrate air and land transport for a comprehensive multimodal transportation network that provides customers with the optimal solution. In the meantime, liner companies are racing to go ashore with investments pouring in ports. Port companies are speeding up efforts in warehousing logistics. Logistic companies are mobilizing resources to provide full-circle services. Cross-industry operation that expands into the upstream and downstream becomes a trend. Especially with the support of digital technology, all parties involved are standing on their own merits to extend the industry chain, create an ecosystem, and set up an integrated operation platform. Be it multimodal transportation or cross-industry operation, these different business logics and models have improved efficiency in resource utilization and reduced transportation costs, along with many other foreseeable benefits. But in the meantime, they have brought problems such as poor connectivity, intensified competition, and platform barriers, which are yet to resolve. The world keeps changing. This is a self-evident truth. When it comes to the great transformation of shipping, what keeps changing are the circumstances, technology, and business models that are closely relevant with our growth. What stays unchanged is our ambition for greatness. What makes the ocean so vast is the fact that it embraces all things and converges all rivers. The world's great waters are interconnected. The global shipping industry, with deep roots in the ocean, should also connect with one another to jointly respond to the great transformation of our future. This coincides with the Confucian doctrine of 上和合求大同, which translates as advocating consensus and unity in seek of great harmony. Consensus, 和, refers to the concept of seeking common ground and resolving differences with an open and inclusive attitude. Unity, 和, refers to the approach of partnership and cooperation. Great harmony, 大同, refers to the aspiration of win-win results where all parties are provided for. On this occasion, I would like to solemnly propose that all parties involved in the shipping industry should actively embrace the storm of transformation with an open and inclusive attitude. Let us join hands to expand the value of the industry chain, to rise above the tide through openness and mutual assistance, and to beat on against the current with close partnership and joint progress. A bright future of win-win awaits us. Firstly, we should accurately identify changes with a broad vision and accelerate integration into a collaborative ecosystem. Let us start from seeking coordinated growth for the global shipping industry chain and focus on the common vision and overall interests of our community. We shall seize new opportunities to make the pie grow and achieve common progress through exploring incremental markets. Let us grapple with the common problems and prominent difficulties and address emergencies and cyclical fluctuations of the industry. We shall continue to enhance the resilience of the industry and supply chains so as to ensure sustainable growth of shipping companies of all sizes. Secondly, we should more quickly embrace the trend of digital growth with an open mind and respond to changes in the spirit of good science. We look forward to improving shipping efficiency and profitability with intelligent technologies and reshaping business models with digital thinking. Let us create a feasible mechanism for digital operation and establish a set of industry standards that are executable, replicable, and promotable for digital shipping globally. Thirdly, we should proactively seek change through open-minded actions and accelerate green growth. We live in the same world with a shared destiny. To accelerate green transformation for the global shipping industry requires joint efforts from all parties. On the one hand, we look forward to strengthening communication, building consensus, and extending cooperation among all parties. Bearing the principle of fairness, impartiality, and transparency, we shall continuously improve monitoring system of carbon emission and international rules of carbon trading, coordinate and connect with different regional carbon trading markets in an orderly fashion, and promote the formation of an integrated operation mechanism for the global community, which would enable global shipping companies to shoulder common yet differentiated responsibilities. On the other hand, energy substitution, technological innovation of green shipping lag far behind emission reduction requirements. We hope all parties will step up innovation efforts, actively explore new alternatives for shipping fuel, and accelerate all-round growth of the green shipping industry chain, covering ship manufacturing and fuel production. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, in the era of great transformation of shipping, we are facing strong winds and a swift current. But we people are fearless. Let us embrace changes and rise above the tide. We firmly believe that as long as we sail toward the beacon of openness and integration, embrace changes proactively, work together to address changes, and lead bravely, we can surely navigate through the towering waves in front of us. The harbor of consensus, unity, and great harmony awaits us. With a new round of great development for the global shipping industry. Finally, I wish the Third World Maritime Merchants Forum a complete success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miao.
女士们、先生们，由于礼
Ladies and gentlemen, our chief executive and Mr. Zheng Yanxiong has other official duties, and now they will lead this forum.
need to attend to other official duties. Let's thank Mr. John Lee and Director Zheng again with another round of applause.
In the following session, we have industry leaders to share their views on some of the hottest topics in global shipping today.
Let us begin with technology. As new technologies such as blockchain, big data, and AI progress apace, there will be new opportunities as well as challenges for the maritime industry. Mr. Chun, a member of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, will share his thoughts on the applications and prospects of blockchain technology in the maritime industry. Welcome, Mr. Cheng.
Distinguished guest, good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to have this opportunity to participate in the 3rd World Maritime Merchant Forum, and we have the opportunity to exchange about the blockchain technologies applications on the maritime industry. We all know that in the recent years, internet, cloud computing, AI, blockchains, and other IT technologies have been emerging quite rapidly. And if you look at all these activities from the humanities standpoint, we start from the 2D dimension to the physical dimension and also to the 3 dimensions, the 3rd dimensions between human technologies and the society. Now is the new era. How do we build the digital infrastructure and to promote the technologies integrations with the economy so that we can expedite global growth? These are the hot topics of the day. And also, if we look at maritime industry, this is a pillar industry with profound traditions and history in Hong Kong. Mr. John Lee has stated last month in his policy address that we aim to enhance the leading positions of Hong Kong in the global maritime industry and to build Hong Kong as the maritime center and hub in the backdrops of GBA establishment. So in this context, we are looking at the multi-entity, multi-road, and integration development in this industry. We are introducing new technologies, especially, as I mentioned, what I find important is blockchain technology. It is decentralized, it is safe, and it has a role to play in promoting Hong Kong's development in maritime industry, and it also has a role to play in the Belt and Road establishment. I would like to give you some brief information first. The digital transformation of the maritime industries have several challenges. First, digital level is relatively low in maritime industry, so that we have incurred the problem of cost. Traditional maritime operations requires documentation. Say, for example, waybill and also commercial invoices and charter agreements. All these documents should actually be processed by different roles. Say, for example, forwarders, owners of cargoes and ships. And also it should be in the processes of classifications and others. This has incurred high operational cost. And second, in the maritime industry, there are multiple roles and entities. So it is hard for us to trust each other. In the supply chain of maritime industry, different parties are hard to verify. Say, for example, the identity of the seaman and also the identity and the certificate of the goods. All these are quite complex, and it also involves high risks. Third, it is hard for us to get traditional supply chain financing. This industry is capital intense, with a huge gap to meet. In the traditional finance and technology environment, small to mid-capped maritime companies do not have significant collateral or credit, so they cannot find sufficient finance. These three issues are the major issues faced by traditional maritime companies. So to consolidate the leading positions of Hong Kong in maritime industry, to further development the digital transformation of Hong Kong, we need to work more. And based on the problems analysis that I stated before, we think that Hong Kong can actually work on data certificate, asset certificate to build digital transformation.
In order to build a credible data system, we need a digital certificate and digital identity. For example, as for sailors and cargo, we can use blockchain to build the distributed data center, so we can reduce repeated verification and improve the efficiency of shipping business. Secondly, credible collaboration. Based on blockchain technology, we can build a credible, verifiable, and exchangeable digital trade document, so we can ensure the paperless collaboration in shipping industry. For example, we can use blockchain to digitalize waybill and make them visible. And we can record the trade links and transportation and logistics among other items of information in automatic exchange of information, so we can reduce the cost of circulation of certificates and improve collaboration efficiency. Thirdly, credible assets. We can build a credible asset in a new model of trade finance. We can combine blockchain and application system, so we can integrate different flows in trade. So we can offer risk management, risk control services on the blockchain. We can, based on the genuine data, build online waybill as WA, thanks to the flows of funds through blockchain. We can generate brand new trade and financing models. In recent years, the Hong Kong government introduced a number of initiatives related to blockchain and Web 3.0 to support the development of the industry and talent. Zhejiang University has a national key laboratory on blockchain and digital technology. This lab has been working closely with the Web 3.0 Association of Hong Kong in building an independent, open, safe, and compliant Web 3.0 blockchain infrastructure, so we can better serve the maritime industry in Hong Kong by building a credible identification and data exchange and financing platforms and applications, so we can promote the efficiency of shipping industry in both China and around the world. In this way, we will build a new ecosystem for the maritime industry across the world. Thank you.
Let us invite our next speaker, Mr. Feng Bo, Executive Vice President of China COSCO Shipping Corporation Limited, who will speak about building a new ecosystem of green, intelligent, and technological shipping and logistics industries. Welcome.
尊敬的交通
Distinguished Minister Fu and distinguished Chairman Miao, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer for the opportunity to join you at this Hong Kong Maritime Week 2023 and World Maritime Merchants Forum to discuss the future of our industry. Here, on behalf of our group, the COSCO Shipping Corporation Limited, I'd like to congratulate on the forum. Nowadays, given the unprecedented changes, the shipping industry is faced with changes and new trends. We have faced with both opportunities and challenges. First of all, we're facing with a new and complex external environment with unpredictable geopolitical uncertainties. In the post-COVID era, inflation is on the rise and pose threat on the stability of global supply chain. The imbalance of countries, the turbulence of commodity prices, the change of supply chain have weighed on the future of global shipping industry. Low carbon has become a future trend. With the exacerbating global warming problem, countries have advocated for the control of GHG. Our industry emitted over 1 billion tons of CO2, accounting for 4% of global emission. As an important initiative, the substitution for fossil fuels with green and renewable fuels are the future. Faced with different technological paths, rising costs, and new solutions, we need the collaboration of industry peers. Thirdly, technology revolution. To face the rising demand of customers, we need to focus more on quality with the technologies like supply, blockchain, and artificial intelligence. Our industry will face with unprecedented challenges. The traditional business models will be upgraded. We need to build an all-cycle global digital supply chain. This has been the consensus of the world. Technology is the way forward. Innovation is the momentum. And those who stay with the past will be phased out, and those who embrace challenges will have the future. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, faced with the changes of the industry and the era, we need all industry players to work together to adapt to changes and rebuild a global logistic ecosystem with greenness and high technologies. I have 3 suggestions. First of all, we need to enhance cooperation and form consensus. Maritime and shipping industries, we need to work together to safeguard the market standards, offering stable and reliable services. We need to strengthen the resilience and safety of global supply chain and industry chain. Secondly, we need to improve efficiency. Supply chain and industries will work together to form a common community. Secondly, we need to fulfill our responsibilities in using green energies. In recent years, green methanol has become the main fuel of global shipping industries. Globally, we have over 200 vessels on order for green fuels like green methanol. At the same time, low sulfur and other fuels are on the rise. People in this room have been contributing different new solutions to this initiative. According to IMO GHG rules, the green energy for shipping industry will see a huge rise in the next years, and we need the upstream and downstream players to work together. Thirdly, we need technology innovation to improve the quality of our services. Now, the key to industry change is digitalization and artificial intelligence. All sectors of the industry will need to make full use of technology to depict customer profiling and reduce cost. In the future, shipping industry will need to adapt them to new changes and new demands, develop new services, new procedures, and new business models. We need to accelerate in building digital product and improve the level of our services. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, we are faced with mounting pressure given the current trends, but they will give us more momentum. As President Xi said, we need to look for opportunities in changes, and we need to look for opportunities amid crisis. We are used to riding the wave as people in this industry, so we will be able to seize opportunities in the new trends by embracing changes, so we can work together towards high-quality, sustainable development of the industry. In the end, I wish the forum a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feng. I'm delighted to present the next speaker, Ms. Johanna Christensen, CEO of Global Maritime Forum, who will speak about crisis and reconstruction, grasping the trends of the global shipping industry in the midst of major changes. Welcome.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's an honor to join this important forum to discuss the trends shaping the future development of the global maritime industry. It is a particular privilege to address a forum with such an important objective: to foster exchange and mutual learning, to promote collaborative endeavors, and to build a thriving global shipping system. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Being at the nexus of global supply chains, the maritime industry is playing an increasingly vital role in advancing economic development, trade, the green transition, and overall global welfare. But to deliver on this promise requires all parts of the maritime system to come together, to learn from one another, and to collaborate to overcome the challenges that we face. Shaping a thriving global ecosystem through collaboration is integral to what we at the Global Maritime Forum do. Guided by our belief in the transformative power of the maritime industry, we actively strive to connect stakeholders, inspire innovative thinking, and develop practical solutions that contribute to a sustainable future. At the heart of our work is an annual gathering. Not so different from this one, in fact, although much smaller and less than this illustrious gathering. It nevertheless serves as a global focal point for generating new ideas and actions that can propel the industry forward towards a better future. Once a year, this meeting convenes leaders from across the maritime ecosystem, like this one here today, in different maritime hubs around the world. In fact, our inaugural summit was held right here in Hong Kong in 2018 across the water at Kai Tak Cruise Terminal. And I know that some of you in the room here were there in 2018 as well. Beyond this meeting, we work closely with some of our partners and the wider maritime community to develop and share research and insights and facilitate collaborative projects. We try to bring in new perspectives, especially from outside the industry, to highlight the long-term forces and challenges and conditions shaping the industry. Our aim is to create the conditions for truly new solutions to emerge and for informed collective action. So our most recent annual summit took place just last month in Athens. And perhaps you will allow me to share a few takeaways from the discussions that took place there, which might contribute to the discussions here today. So following from the theme of ambition to action, participants were tasked to roll up their sleeves and find ways, both big and small, to move the maritime industry forward on accelerating shipping's decarbonization, on improving working conditions at sea and attracting the workforce of the future, and the increasing importance of good governance and accountability in the maritime industry. The discussions on shipping decarbonization with the IMO's landmark decision this summer to adopt a revised greenhouse gas strategy, bringing the sector's decarbonization targets in line with the Paris Agreement. The discussions on this topic, of course, were filled with a real sense of urgency. While participants applauded the IMO decision, achieving the revised strategy's goals will require overcoming a number of interconnected challenges. Mr. Fengbo just now already touched on some of these too. Some of them include commercial challenges such as bridging investments today with demand for green products in the years to come, continued chicken and egg challenges related to supply and demand for renewable fuels, how to share the cost of decarbonization across the supply chain, and some uncertainty in the policy environment still, whilst the full regulatory process at the IMO plays out over the coming years. It was clear from the discussions that to maintain and build momentum and deploy zero-emission vessels and fuels at scales this decade will require real innovative financing mechanisms, public-private collaboration, and international cooperation. Nevertheless, some concrete ideas and opportunities emerged, and I will share a few of those with you. So first of all, exploring different models for aggregating fuel demand, for example, by establishing consortia and joint ventures that could help support economies of scale and risk sharing. Collaborating on green corridors and green hubs to demonstrate green solutions at scale and eliminate bottlenecks in the availability and scalability of new fuels. Working with other industries like steel, aviation, chemicals, and agriculture to boost demand for renewable fuels. And exploring shipping's role in a burgeoning hydrogen economy, providing the means to link together supply and demand in hydrogen's future as a globally traded commodity. Issues in the area of human sustainability were also on the agenda at the meeting, and participants looked at different approaches to improving safety at sea, including addressing seafarer mental health and how to ensure a more inclusive environment for all. Representatives of the next generation of maritime leaders were also on hand to share their vision on how to build the workforce of the future. Among their advice was an increased focus on the high-tech skills that are increasingly in demand, including digitalization and artificial intelligence. Further proposals for how shipping can take better care of its current talent and attract the workforce of tomorrow included putting mental health on par with safety through mandatory training and better education, focusing on the safety element in shipping's energy transition by providing adequate training on how to handle new fuels and technologies, and continuing to find ways to make the maritime sector more diverse, inclusive, and equitable. Finally, throughout the summit, we heard an emerging call for more accountability, more visibility, and an end to the exceptionalism of shipping. Specifically, participants suggested that we are facing a new age of accountability and that this should be embraced, for example, through better and more transparent data sharing. In conclusion, our world is undergoing a profound transformation, and as leaders in this field, it is crucial that we not only adapt to these changes, but that we drive positive change. The move towards sustainable practices is no longer a choice, but a necessity. The future of the industry lies in our ability to embrace this change, to see it as an opportunity, and to work together to tackle it head-on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curtison. Next, please listen to Mr. David Loosley, Secretary General and CEO of BIMCO, who will speak about carbon reduction responsibilities and obligation sharing in the shipping industry.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. What a pleasure it is to be in Hong Kong with you all. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm very pleased to be taking part in this forum that will be examining the challenges, the opportunities, and the decarbonisation of our industry at a time, as we've heard already today, when the world is faced with such volatility and uncertainty geopolitically and financially. I've been invited to speak about carbon reduction responsibilities and obligation sharing in the shipping industry. As you know, the literal meaning of the word responsibility is something that it is your job to deal with, something that you may be blamed for and held accountable for if it goes wrong. Obligation, in the literal sense of the word, is the state of being obliged to do something because it's your duty or because it's a law. All of it correctly describes what our industry is facing. Carbon reduction is our responsibility, our job to deal with, and for which we will be held accountable if it goes wrong. The pressure to get the job done increased as the IMO ambitiously laid out a timeline for us about 5 months ago with its updated greenhouse gas strategy. And the urgency to get the job done increased as 2023 became firmly on track to being the hottest year on record. For our industry to decarbonise within this time frame, we need the fuel providers, the ports, the cargo owners, to name a few. And we need regulation that facilitates this tremendous transition. Right now, after the dust has settled slightly following the revised IMO greenhouse gas strategy in July, and as everyone involved in shipping still digests what this really means in practice, the concern about zero carbon fuels, the availability of it, the scale of it, the price of it, the infrastructure for it, is driving the decarbonisation debate at conferences and in the media around the world. And for good reason. Our concerns are valid. We do not have direct control over the price or availability of the fuels of the future. But please allow me to return to this in a moment. What we can control and deal with now, today, is optimizing our fleet and changing behavior. To take an example, the Blue Visby Consortium has developed a solution which alone has the potential to cut greenhouse gas emissions from ships by about 15%, by optimizing ships' arrival times at their destination and reducing the practice of sail fast, then wait. For this too, however, we need others if we are to succeed. To take another example, we are currently looking into how we can align our mission, our obligations, with the business practices of cargo owners using shipping services as part of a sales contract. While current business practices work from an economic perspective, they can be inefficient from the perspective of cutting emissions. For cargo owners, the optimization of port arrivals to cut emissions from ships is not always attractive. They can better manage the risk and cost of delay in the supply chain pipeline if they maintain a buffer of waiting ships. So at BIMCO, we are working hard to find alignment between shipping services and cargo interests. We need this to work. One of our concerns, you see, is that in the process of focusing on future developments and the next new groundbreaking innovations, we may look so far ahead that we fail to see the ones right in front of us now, the ones that can make a difference right now. A 15% cut in emissions is not insignificant, and more importantly, it can be done. With so many unknowns, let's focus on the certainties. At BIMCO, we strongly support such initiatives. The Hong Kong government is taking initiatives to support, strengthen, and help decarbonise the shipping industry, and we share this passion and these efforts. The government plans to prioritise the transition of the Port of Hong Kong into a smart port in line with its smart city ambitions. BIMCO has set up its own Standards Innovation and Research Department to help facilitate optimization, digitalization, and smarter ways of operating our industry. The government has also taken the initiative to include maritime services as a profession on its talent list, with the aim to attract professionals into the sector in Hong Kong. And in support of that, BIMCO is expanding its training offering to professionals in Hong Kong and throughout Asia to help equip the current and next generation of shipping professionals. Because, of course, we need these talents in our efforts to decarbonize. Hong Kong and the Greater Bay Area is home to 3 of the 10 biggest container ports in the world. Not only does the view over Hong Kong Bay never fail to take one's breath away, it holds tremendous potential to be a front runner for initiatives such as just-in-time berthing systems. And so we are grateful for the government's support to the shipping industry. A few moments ago, I touched upon our industry's valid concerns over fuels. According to the IMO's revised GHG strategy, an indicative checkpoint of the timeline is 2040, by which time the world fleet must have reduced its total greenhouse gases by at least 70% compared with 2008. That is only 17 years away. So with this level of urgency, we must focus on 2040. If we arrive successfully at 2040, we can arrive successfully at net zero around 2050. But our focus is also on 2025, when the IMO is slated to adopt the measures needed to implement the strategy. The measures will be crucial for the shipping industry, for our decarbonisation. We will need an economic instrument, a balancing mechanism to facilitate a level playing field between the ships that have made the transformation and those that have not. We will need the effect of the price gap between the new fuels and the traditional fuels to be minimised. We are at a pivotal moment on so many fronts. I suggested earlier that with so many unknowns, let's focus on the certainties. It is certain that the responsibility for decarbonising shipping is ours. It is certain that we cannot do it alone. And it is certain that if we can adopt practices today that will cut emissions without delay. So let's focus on the certainties, at least in the short term, because we will all be held accountable if our decarbonisation efforts fail. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loosley. Next, we have Mr. Guy Platten, Secretary General of ICS. His topic is the reshaping of the shipping landscape through economic regionalization.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to the China Merchants Group for inviting me to speak today, and thank you also for what has been and will be a most thought-provoking and interesting day. The last few years have presented unique challenges for the global supply chain, which has been disrupted by pandemics, strikes, and global conflicts. We all know that a huge 90% of global trade is moved by ships, so when this transportation is forced to move at a slower pace, it impacts our ability to transport goods and trade. To put this in perspective, these are the goods that allow us to heat our homes, feed our families, and the other essential supplies we all rely upon. As someone once said, without shipping, half the world would starve and the other half would freeze. But now we are seeing a new threat emerging, a move by governments towards protectionist trade policies. Decades of progress towards open markets has begun to reverse in recent years, with damaging restrictions imposed due to trade wars or in response to the pandemic. We don't need to look hard to see the impact of trade restrictive measures. In the United Kingdom, where the International Chamber of Shipping is based, the withdrawal from the European Union has had a significant impact on the transportation and logistics industry. There has been a fall in imports, longer shipping times, and extra taxation costs, to name but a few. Any move towards protectionism is clearly an issue that is detrimental to ship owners, operators and shipping-related companies, many of whom are here in the audience today. Our industry can play its part to make a brighter future for global trade, and we can only do this by taking a proactive approach to tackling this protectionism. At the ICS, we have worked hard to demonstrate the value that the global maritime supply chains brings to domestic economies. Countries at all levels of economic development would be better off if even modest reductions were made to the existing barriers. We have quantified our findings into a comprehensive research study, the ICS Protectionism in Maritime Economy Study. This is a tool designed to help maritime nations identify the restrictive measures preventing national economies from reaping the full benefits of a more efficient maritime transport service. The study demonstrates clearly that a lower level of trade restrictive measures affecting maritime transport could increase some economies' GDP by up to 3.4%. This is very significant. With the United Nations Committee on Trade and Development's latest Trade and Development report projecting a downturn in world economic growth, it is of utmost importance that we make sure trade can keep moving without unnecessary restrictions. By doing this, shipping can play its part to mitigate the downward trend and secure a brighter and healthier future for global economies. But how can we overcome supply chain issues if they're not caused by our industry? Well, there are steps governments around the world can take to help keep global trade moving. These include striving for a forward-looking trading system based on global cooperation, promoting effective national coordination between government shipping ministries and non-maritime agencies, and raising awareness of the critical strategic importance of international shipping. This is particularly important when we consider the huge role shipping will play transporting new green fuels of the future. And up to 50% of these new fuels are expected to be transported by ships. If we do not have global cooperation and national coordination, and if governments do not recognise the strategic importance of shipping, it will make the movement of these fuels much harder and could even put at risk the world's ability to decarbonise. For shipping to play its full role in this decarbonisation journey, ships must be able to travel between ports without facing unnecessary restrictions to deliver the important cargoes. The recently launched Clean Energy Marine Hubs initiative focuses on addressing the main problems to reach net zero for multiple sectors, including shipping, having reliable and affordable access to low-carbon fuels at scale. This initiative is a great example of where shipping, governments and other sectors are working together to build and adapt to a low-carbon transportation value chain to move the fuels from producers to users. Without the ability to transport zero or low-carbon fuels, we will not have the supply volumes to meet demand, and nations and industries will not be able to meet their climate targets by 2050. But for the SEM hubs to be a success, reducing restrictions on trades so that these fuels can be transported is crucial. I would go as far as to say that governments with restrictive trade policies that impact on maritime trade are putting at risk their ability to reach the crucial climate change targets. Proposals are on the table, initiatives are well underway, and we need to collaborate to keep this momentum going, which is why we will be bringing the industry together during COP28 in Dubai next month with a key summit on the Sunday, the 10th of December. At the ICS, our door is always open. China has great stories to tell and experience to share, and your input is valued. Please do speak to us if you have any questions and would like to be involved in this important area of our work. Although some events impacting the global supply chain, such as pandemics and global conflicts, are beyond our control, we can work to shape government policy by advocating for liberalisation of trade policies. It is in the best interest of many of you attending today's event to do so. Governments must recognise that the more roadblocks are in place for the shipping industry, the more negative consequences there will be for countries. Addressing the looming threat of protectionism using the tools that are available will ensure that we can keep the goods moving globally. I reiterate my earlier point that there are huge gains to be made for some economies with less restrictive trade policies who could see an increase in GDP by up to 3.4%, and crucially, it will ensure that shipping can play its role in transporting fuels in the green energy transition. Thank you all very much for your time today, and I wish you an enjoyable rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Platten. Next, we will enter the panel discussion session. High-value development of the maritime supply chain has been a hot topic over the past couple of years. In the following session, we have 7 industry experts to share their views on pathways for sustainable maritime development.
I have great pleasure to introduce our distinguished guests for the next panel. They are Mr. Paolo Enozzi, CEO of Gaslog, Mr. Angat Banga, COO of Caravel Group, Mr. Martin Fruegaard, CEO of Pacific Basin Shipping, Mr. Ian Beveridge, CEO of Berner Schulte Group, Mr. Björn Frodegar Jensen, Senior Vice President of Man Group, Ms. Wei Muheng, CTO of Zhengdui Industry Artificial Intelligence, Mr. Alex Greg Smith, Senior Vice President, Beefy, Marine and Offshore. Welcome to all. Last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Benjamin Wong, Vice President of the Office for Attracting Strategic Enterprises in Hong Kong, to facilitate this discussion. Mr. Wong, stage yours.
Thank you, Heng. It's my honor to be here this afternoon for this World Maritime Merchants Forum. And also big thank you for China Merchants for having our esteemed panelists here together with me for this session. Of course, this is a very important event, being the opening event and also the anchor event for the whole Hong Kong Maritime Week. So before we jump into the panel discussion, may I take a minute to first of all congratulate Engard for the upcoming chairmanship of the Hong Kong Shipowners Association. And then also for the session, actually, I would like to go straight into it because we are actually a bit behind. So we'll try to have it confined to 35 minutes. The clock is ticking. The first question, actually, I would like to ask Engard and also Martin, with many different hats, being the commodity trader, owner of the cargo, ship owner, ship operator, ship managers. What do you think about the impact of the new the new international economic and trade pattern as it comes? Maybe Engard first.
Sure, thanks Benjamin, and a big thank you to China Merchants for hosting today's fantastic event, and thanks very much to the colleagues sitting with me on this panel. Martin and I actually deliberated this question a little bit, and maybe we can go back and forth on the view. And you heard some of this in the earlier keynote speeches, but I think if I was to characterize what we're seeing in the global trading system is a combination of geopolitical-driven changes in supply chain, whether it was Russia, Ukraine, and the impact that that had on cargo flow in and out of the Black Sea and the resulting sanctions, whether that has now been what's happening in Israel and the Gaza Strip, but perhaps even more kind of macro than that, it is, as was being talked about, almost a deglobalization and the impact that that's having on supply chains and trading patterns around the world. So that's point one. Point two, it really is around the energy transition. That's shaping a lot of trade flows as well, and you heard it in the previous speech, is the availability of clean fuels and the impact that will have on bunkering and the resulting changes of where ships will tramp. But then more than that, I think the changes in the needs for transition metals and materials for the energy decarbonization shift versus being a lot more industrial cargo driven. So that's point two. Point three, technology. I think the impact of things such as 3D printing, advanced manufacturing will inevitably change what's happening in different places, and therefore the demand and supply for commodities and cargoes around the world. And similarly, as was talked about, just-in-time supply chains through artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc., I think will also impact the availability and demand and supply of ships around the world. That's point 3. Point 4 goes back a little bit to geopolitical, but it's kind of the rebuilding of what happens from here. Will there be another Marshall Plan in Europe for the rebuilding of Ukraine? Is there something similar in Israel and Gaza that, again, drives the changes in trade patterns there? And so I'd really kind of put it as those 4 key areas that I think are driving some of the changes over and above just general, economic growth, GDP, supply, demand, vessels, et cetera, Martin, but perhaps you could add a bit more to what I was saying.
Yes, I was actually thinking a little bit when we had all these discussions, and sometimes when we talk about decarbonization, digitalization, all these things, it's a quite stressful thing to look at. But when you look at our business now, I'm in dry cargo, and of course we have a world where a lot of things are happening, a lot of uncertainties. But when you look at the volumes being moved, it's actually historically high this year. It's actually more than it was in 21 and 22, even though we had a very good market there. We have a reasonable good market now, and what we lacked this year is probably congestion in China. I think we all complained about China's growth. It was very disappointing, but reality is China has never imported more commodities in the dry cargo space than they do today. And I actually think next year it looks quite good. So lots of things are happening, as Enga is saying, wars and conflicts around the world, but the commodities in the dry cargo space is actually moving with higher volumes than ever. And the challenge we have probably looking forward is that we are probably under-investing in our business, and reality is it's all these uncertainties that we are looking at. It's actually not that, I think in our space, we are not, no doubt we need to decarbonize. We know that. We actually also know how to do it. It's not in the shipping sense, let's not make it more complicated than this. We actually know how to do it. We probably have a little bit of an issue with the rules not being very clear. So we are struggling with uncertainties on the rules, and we are definitely also struggling with how to make money on it, because we are so much in doubt about where to get the fuels and what the cost will be. And to a certain extent, we also struggle a bit with our customers. We are not really sure they're going to pay by the end of the day for it. But I think fundamentally, when you look at our business with all the uncertainties in the world, it's actually growing. And that is actually, I think, by the end of the day, the foundation for any innovation and for any development is that we have a growing business. So I think in the dry cargo space, we're actually quite optimistic. And my experience is in our shipping industry, we are very creative when it comes to it. And as long as we can see that we have the money to do it, we will be very creative going forward.
And Benjamin, can I just jump on one point that Martin said, and I think it's a great point, is the not necessarily fair playing fields across the industry. And I think that's going to be a big question around, and perhaps a little bit of a controversial statement, around the EU ETS scheme, is are you really going to, will certain ship owners say, you know what, I don't need to tramp in Europe anymore. I will just keep my ships operating in XYZ basin because I don't want or I'm not able to deal with that increasing regulatory compliance today. And so if I have that choice, I don't necessarily need to go to Europe. Will that ultimately create, almost two different, let's take dry cargo, two different, we already have two different markets, the Atlantic market and the Pacific Ocean, but then two-tier markets with respect to, who wants to go into Europe and who doesn't, versus it being kind of an even playing field that all carbon tax is effectively the same.
Very interesting discussion. Now, for that, actually, I think there are 2 points which would lead to our second question. One is on the security, supply chain security. Now, with that, we all understand that for the past years, actually, this have been muddled with also geopolitics. Now, with that, then we see that the more checks you put into the system, then of course, the less efficiency you have. Then the next question will be on transportation efficiency versus supply chain security. How can we balance it? For this, may I ask Paolo and also Ian to have a discussion on that. Maybe Paolo first?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I was about to say Ian first. Well, thanks a lot for the invitation and thanks for the question. Maybe it's interesting to start and ask ourselves that if you really believe in security of supply, then I think the world has to stop taking for granted that shipping will always be there at whatever cost and condition. Because de facto, this is what we always do at best. We always show up normally on time and taking cargo as our care. But I think the conditions are such, and it was highlighted before, that we're now seeing so many challenges ahead, and it's very difficult for the shipping industry to face them alone. So I would say that one element, and you've seen it in the energy discussion, because just, of course, a very important event, which is the war between Russia and Ukraine, has been enough to put the whole logistic chain of energy supply at risk. So what the world has done, especially Europe, has had to make enormous amount of investments in a very short period of time to develop the infrastructure that it hadn't developed in the past 20 years. Okay? And shipping was there to cover the gap, of course, stretching itself. But we've done what we do best, which is keeping our efficiency high using market dynamics. So I would say, and then leaving time for Ian to debate, I would say that we cannot be thought that we only act in isolation. Whether we talk about the existing, whether we talk about the future, there has to be an increased cooperation and collaboration with short infrastructures. Again, an example, we talk a lot about new fuels. Actually, there's very little schemes, if no scheme at all, that will support you only as a shipping entity. People hardly recognize us as part of the supply chain. Everyone provides incentive schemes for land-based operation because that means, I don't want to go into the political part, but there's a lot there, whilst the supply chain that brings the iron ore, the coal, the LNG, the fuel at the doorsteps enable all of these developments is completely discounted. So I think the paradigm has to change at some point.
Yeah, thank you. A lot of points were made earlier already about how to make our business more efficient. Basically, a level playing field, no deglobalization. We had a lot of good speeches already on that. I'd like to talk a minute on the supply chain security. I think our business, at least the shipping part of it, is quite resilient or very resilient. We saw what happened in the global pandemic. Trade didn't stop despite all the obstacles, the difficulties. However, I think the part of it that we need to think about is actually the people that run the ships. How did that affect them? How many of the seafarers who were at sea during the pandemic will recommend seafaring to their children? I think we have to think about the future generations of seafarers and also the office staff, how to make our industry more attractive to ensure shipping as an integral part of the supply chain. So there's a lot we can do there. Other external factors such as Panama Canal, Suez Canal, maybe Straits of Hormuz, that's difficult to plan for. Shipping will adapt, but we must have the people to run the ships. Our industry is very safe at the moment. It's getting safer every year, but to continue with that, we have to attract the right people into our business and keep them in our business. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian, and also Paolo. Now, the next question actually will be more on the development of the industry, what we call the high-quality development of the shipping industry. For this word, high-quality development, maybe I'll use 1 minute to explain a little bit. Is a translation from a term which we use very often in China, 高质量发展. So this one actually refers more to the need to develop with the innovation, sustainability, and competitiveness in mind. Now, with today the changes, actually we have a lot of innovation which is supporting it, right? For the whole shipping industry, no matter it's about digitalization, new energy, all this. However, when we are doing that, actually, the sustainability is a global goal that we need to achieve. So together with it, only together with it, then we can have the competitiveness which we need. So together with the theme today, over here, Riding the Wave, actually succinctly translated the title, 因势而变, 韧性增长. So actually, besides changing, also we need to be able to be resilient. So this actually, together with that, maybe I'll have Ms. Wei and also Alex to go for this question. Ms. Wei?
Thank you. It's my great honor to be here to join this topic. And our team devoted in the industrial AI technology research and help to provide the reliable smart ship system products, data service, and integrated solution. So when referring to the current shipping industry trend, meaning maybe two keywords may jump into our minds, green and digital, or we can say the intelligent trade. And this trend also brings some challenges to us. So on the topic of green, the industry has already done a lot of discussions for this, like clean fuels and the energy saving devices and so on. But we cannot neglect the current digital method to this. So coming to another word, the intelligent trend from digital to autonomous. So we usually use the smart ship with intelligent technology instead of direct the intelligent ship, because we can see the applied mailing smart ships actually at the digital stage. And the industry may be more interested in the values of the smart ships. For example, firstly, we can reduce the carbon emission in the operation process, such as energy efficiency monitoring, voyage optimization, speed and fuel consumption planning, C2 calculation for the cost savings. So here we can use the industrial AI and big data technology. It's different from the traditional big data because it is very difficult to obtain the real big data in these shipping scenarios. So we need to obtain the working condition data as comprehensive as possible, and to solve the data problems like the below service, broken and bad quality. And we also should understand the shipping domain knowledge to the data models. Secondly, we can, under the several process from the cruise, we can use the intelligent navigation systems with some assist functions, like for the safer lookout, collision avoidance, berthing and unberthing, and so on, with the enhanced perception methods. And thirdly, and here we can use the navigation-based scenarios, AI algorithm, such as the multi-source vision fusion and recognition algorithms. And its challenge is also to obtain the large number of data samples in the shipping environment. Thirdly, using the intelligent engine room equipment maintenance and the management also can improve the equipment safety and the cost saving as well. So here we maybe can use the prognostic and health management technologies with the ship knowledge and with a suitable model hybrid with the data-driven and mechanism models. And fourthly, for the onshore managers, we also can use more data service to the digital management platform to improve the efficiency. However, this requires the IT architecture's ability combined with the understanding of the business models and the management process of the shipping companies. And meanwhile, for the future trend, the MO formulated the mass code invited into 4 levels of the autonomous ships, from the assist level 1 to fully unmanned level 4. And so many new technology maybe will appear in the future, like the intelligent agent platform and the digital twin for the remote and autonomous control, and a new deep learning framework for the autonomous ships, and high pass and low delay communications and serious cybersecurity, and so on. And perhaps will appear the new multimodal logistics design. And therefore, we should pay attention to the change in the market and the regulations, as well as embrace the change in the new technology development to achieve the high quality in the shipping industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wei. Alex?
Okay, well, sort of echoing on what Jen Dui was saying, and also some of the colleagues here, we're going to need to achieve these targets, we're going to need a lot of collaboration, and it's not just the ship owners or on board the ships, it needs to go across the whole maritime supply chain, so from land infrastructure, onboard ships, all the way through to the end user. Now, for this, we're going to need a lot of data and also a lot of transparency. At the moment, these regulations are sort of going on to the ship owners and the managers. But in time, this also needs to sort of filter down and across. We've got a lot of new technology coming in as well, new fuels, new engines, new technology. These need to be reliable, and there's going to be a lot of data for that as well. So these smart ships, to try and get most efficient, just-in-time arrival was being talked about, you know, trying to reduce congestion. So all of this, we're going to need really accurate data collection and transparency in the reporting. So this is going to be really needed for sort of tracking the progress, understanding the impact, and also being able to take informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Now, throughout the conversation, actually, including the keynote speeches this morning, actually, there's one common thread, which is the need for green shipping. So our next question actually is focusing on that, and that would be going to Bjarne. Now, for that, actually, I think this question is difficult because let me recite it. Reasonable determination of global carbon reduction goals and rational sharing of carbon reduction responsibilities. Now, I think this is always in relativity, depends on who you are, where you stand. Although we all would agree that green is needed, but then, you know, how to ration it, all that. Bjarne, I'll pass it to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is a very, very important topic, and I think it's maybe we have to start by understanding what is actually the impact of MEPC 80 that was adopted by IMO here in July this summer here. And the reality is that it's not 20% we have to reduce by 2030, it's 40% compared to 2008. And to put that into perspective, I mean, even if all the ships that are built from today and onwards, 100% of all the ships are built with carbon neutral or low carbon fuel technology, it will not be sufficient. It will not be sufficient. I mean, today, this year to date, this year, more than 20 gigawatt of new ships have been contracted. And 55% of those 11 gigawatt, and that's a huge, huge number, is actually low carbon or carbon neutral solutions with methane or methanol or the like, but it's not sufficient to reach the 2030 goal. The only way we can reach the 2030 goal is by energy efficiency improvements. And this is why we need the technologies, the way that you talked about, right? We need to, it's not enough with speed reduction. We need to have smart solutions. We need technology solutions to significantly reduce the energy consumption of the existing fleet of more than 33,000 ships of large merchant ships around the world. So that is clear, even though that we are riding the wave 55% of all new contracts are dual fuel. We have already accumulated more than 3 million running hours on our engines alone, the engines that we design. So the transition has started. It's well underway. We have to ride the wave, but we cannot achieve the 2030 goals without energy efficiency. We have to, at the same time, really push hard on the new fuels, because the next major step, the 2040 goal of 70% reduction, it is not possible without the new fuels. So these two things go very, very close, hand in hand. And fortunately, a lot of ship owners have started this journey already. There are many ship owners, also that was mentioned today. We know that, well, it's dangerous to mention a few, but I know that COSCO has committed itself very clearly to the new fuels, not only for the new ships, but also for the existing fleet. China Merchant is going all in on some of the new car carriers they have ordered with methanol fuel. We have CMA CGM. They have more than 24 Neo-Panamax container ships ordered with methanol. The transition has already started, and it's well underway. And the reason why it started is that the technology is already available. The technology is ready today. And what we have to do is now to ride that wave and the journey towards decarbonization.
Thank you, Bjorn. Now let us move to our last question. Actually, that would be. But before we go into that, actually, I would like to ask, because actually I think our time is doing much better than expected. I think all speakers have been trying to reduce their messages. So before I go into my last question, actually, I would like to see if any one of you that you have, taken away part of the suggestions or comments that you intend to have, but then, you can use this chance to, to speak it out.
I'd just like to comment quickly on what Bjorn mentioned, because we spend a lot of time on ship's efficiency, but the efficient use of the vessel is as important, if not important. And I don't have a lot of solutions here, but you also have to recognize that the latest discussion on CII, which has broken the veil on cooperation between who instructs you to do a certain work and who takes that instruction and runs with it, is not going as smooth as we thought. It's a good thing that we start discussing with our charterers, how we can improve. But achieving that 15% that was mentioned before in just-in-time arrival and so on takes two to tango. So it's not, just to mention that it's not just us that need to buy the latest technology and make the most investments. It's also the people that we work for and we work with, or maybe actually this is the point. We have maybe to stop working for and working with our charterers, but again, there must be interest on the other side.
Right.
Yeah. To pick up on the interest on the other side, and I think to what you said and what Martin also started that discussion, if we align the interest, I firmly believe that we can move very, very fast, because ship owners are extremely entrepreneurial. Ship owners are fantastic at optimizing the ships. Ship owners have been optimizing vessels for more than 2,000 years. They are brilliant at that. They're just optimizing for something different than what we need in the future. If we can align the interest and have a shared interest in optimizing decarbonization, it will move faster than I think our imagination will allow us to do that. Ship owners are brilliant at optimization. That's a positive way of looking at the entrepreneurship from ship owners.
And I think, Benjamin, if I may, just bringing some of this back together, and Ian talked about it, I think, extremely well, and is hand in glove with everything we're talking about, energy transition and decarbonization, but where are the people coming from? How are we as an industry focused on getting the next generation of talented seafarers willing to come to sea to help aid the industry in this decarbonization journey, and then also having people in shore-based jobs that are well-equipped and skilled to help lead in certain of these areas. And I think if we go back to what happened a bit around COVID and subsequently there, it's kind of not necessarily been the best place for seafarers. And so how do we as an industry work collaboratively together to really bring in the next generation of talent? And I think it also, last point that connects back to the autonomous ship and everything we're talking around there, is I agree that we need to start looking at optimization of the existing assets a lot more. And for that, we need people at sea and in the offices, even before we start thinking necessarily about, autonomous vessels.
Thank you. And the last discussion actually brings very well to our last question on collaboration. After all, shipping, I think to a lot of people, is a very complicated industry with a lot of different stakeholders. Now, collaboration is very important, especially shipping industry is very global. So it is about global cooperation and collaborations. So actually, my last question, I would like to have maybe just 1 minute from each of the panelists on this, which is the collaborations on stakeholders, such as, for example, academia and the government, or any other stakeholders. Maybe I'll just start from here, going across the panelists.
Sure. Well, I think I mentioned already before, the cooperation with charters and land institutions is very important. And I think it's very topical that we ask these questions here in Hong Kong, because with the announced 70% of all the goods imported in Hong Kong coming from sea, I mean, this country actually forces itself to have that kind of cooperation as its way of living. So maybe there's something that we can learn out of these situations and understand how we can support it in many other places.
Thank you. Ingat?
So two parts to this. Firstly, I think, as an industry, we compete based on the lowest common denominator, which is price. It doesn't matter what part of the segment you're on, but we compete on price. And it's the ability to always push rates down, whatever they may be, is what we compete on. Sure, I get that. But that doesn't mean we don't need to collaborate amongst each other for the greater good, because so much of what we're doing is really open architecture. As Paula just said, 90% of global trade. This is open architecture for the betterment of civilization, boosting global GDP. And so absolutely we should collaborate as an industry amongst competitors, with regulators, with government organizations, with universities, with academics, with technology startups, with, green tech companies, absolutely. And I think that's the only way forward. And I think it's perhaps an area that we as an industry have been a lot more reluctant to do, especially outside the industry, which I think we'll need to do more and more, as I think, Guy had said in some of his remarks.
Thank you, Ingat. Martin?
I don't think I have much to add. I think it's correct. We need to collaborate and work together. And I think we actually do that in many ways. So I guess if we could just get some clear rules going forward, so we know a little bit what we have to do, I think it would also be a lot easier for us. And I would also just, as mentioned by Ian and Anga, also just remind people about the crew on our ships. In my company, they usually say we have 400 employees, and I usually say we have 4,400, because people forget the crew, and it's actually funny to be sometimes in discussions with people where they forget the crew is actually also our colleagues. And I would also say that the 2.5 years I've been with Pacific Basin here in Hong Kong, and also during COVID, and I've seen how our crew has been treated around the world, I would just say, if you treated the crew on an airline the same way around the world, the same way as our crew is treated, there will be no airplanes flying around the world. That's for sure. So I think definitely we have a huge task on the crewing side if we ever got to grow the fleet and deliver the commodities that the world needs.
Ian?
Yeah, I think we should collaborate much more with sharing data. We're talking about digitalization, about collecting data. I mean, everybody collects data, but what happens with the data? Are we all going to analyze it ourselves, or can we analyze it together in order to improve safety and energy efficiency?
Thank you. Bjorn?
For me, it always ends up with people. We need to have the right people on board, and where I say on board, I mean in the office, on board the ships, in the shipyards, in the technology companies. We need to go out and tell the fantastic story about shipping, how shipping has changed the world and how shipping will change the world, and get the right people to work in the office. The right people will attract the right people to work on board the ships also. All this new technology that we need, all this collaboration, all this new digitalization, the AI, the technology on board the ships, the decarbonization will only work if we manage to get the right people on board the ships, in the office and everywhere. So it boils it down to the right people.
Thank you. Ms. Wei?
Yeah. For this topic, for example, maybe the industry may join the research with the academia with many new technology research like the shipping data analysis, some AI methods, and many unmanned and autonomous ship and other new directions for this, and even under the policy guidance and maybe R&D funding support from the government, maybe, and for the whole schedules can work together to improve the whole process innovation ecosystem chain with basic research, technology development, in industrialization of achievements, and maybe the science and technology finance and funding, and the talent support policies related to this industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex?
Okay, yeah, just very quickly echo a couple of points here. One, definitely the people, not just the crew on board, but the people in the designers' offices and the shipyards to actually build them. We've had something of a drain towards other industries. This is still a big challenge to attract the right people in. And then the last one really is we still have sort of fragmentation in the industry. So we need to get one sort of common framework and everyone pulling together in the same direction. And once we know where the targets are set, maritime is very resilient. We're the most efficient form of transport. And once we really have that clarity in the regulations, then I think we will get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. I think we did very well in time. It just turned into 0 seconds. Now, I think you have a lot of wits and also comments, suggestions from our iconic panelists. May I invite you to give them another round of applause? Thank you. Coffee break it is.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your expert moderation, and thank you to all panelists for sharing your insights. Now, let's have a group photo together.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're not yet at the coffee break. However, you have all been very good, very diligent. So if you're thirsty, do feel free to grab a quick coffee, then come back. Ladies and gentlemen, World Maritime Merchants Forum is a platform where industry leaders exchange views, build consensus, and push ideas into action. Last year, we witnessed the launch of a pilot project to capture, monitor, and manage GHG emissions using pioneering digital technology. This pioneering project involved BHP, China Merchants Energy Shipping, and DNV. We are pleased to announce that China Classification Society, China Merchants Testing Technology Holding, China Merchants Industry Holding are joining this partnership, now renamed Smart Carbon Platform.
Decarbonization requires cross-sector partnership and is most effective when data-backed. Smart Carbon Platform is one of the first initiatives of its kind, and we have prepared a short video to explain how it works. Please enjoy.
The international shipping industry is responsible for around 90% of world trade and provides important support to the modern world's prosperity. Decarbonization poses a brand new challenge to the shipping industry, but it also presents enormous opportunities. ride the wave, CMES takes the lead with CCS, DNV, STARI, CMTT, and CMI to develop the Smart Carbon Platform. We aim to address the challenges of climate change with stakeholders through extensive collaboration. Simultaneously, we strive to build multi-party business models and co-creating a digital carbon era. Ship owners, driving energy efficiency and emission reduction, optimizing vessel operations. Charterers and cargo owners, enhance ESG practices with a green supply chain for sustainable logistics. Classification societies, ensure environmental compliance, providing emission certifications, build a trusted foundation and service. Financial institutions, support green financing to promote business innovation. Stakeholders, upgrade products and services through value-added data. We utilize modern technology such as IoT, big data, AI, and blockchain to achieve a wide range of carbon smart applications. The main features include carbon monitoring, builds a trusted data pool through real-time data collection and multidimensional verification. Carbon AI enables prediction of fleet carbon emissions, optimize operation, propose ship retrofitting and disposal. Carbon assets explores, researches, and applies new business models centered around carbon assets. To address the formidable climate change, CMES, BHP, and DNV have launched the first joint pilot project of value chain GHG management cooperation and launched at the Second World Maritime Merchants Forum. We have put MOU into real ship cases this year. Let me walk you through it. For chartering, the platform empowers voyage estimation along with operational optimization to reduce carbon emissions. Recommends the optimal routes and speed. During voyage, it empowers real-time tracking of emissions and monitoring of carbon footprints. It provides route optimization by keeping with up-to-date real-time weather forecasts and sea conditions. Provides trim recommendations to enhance efficiency and reduce emissions. Optimizes vessel schedules and speeds to ensure optimal arrival window, thus minimizing emissions. It promptly notices hull cleaning by real-time bottom fouling monitoring. Post-voyage, it generates various carbon emission reports. Gets data verified and submitted to different regulatory bodies. Calculates carbon credits and liabilities of corresponding emissions on a timely basis in fulfillment of various transaction needs. For technical enhancement, the platform provides intelligent measures on energy saving and emission reducing techniques, establishes green indicator models, and achieves a smarter fleet renewal plan. We have also successfully deployed direct GHG emission measurement with data authentication technology, being the first application of such in China. In addition, we are currently developing more functions to transform upcoming regulatory challenges into new business opportunities. This includes building a fuel EU compliance capacity pool and establishing a one-stop industrial carbon trading hub. A single tree does not make a forest. It is the blooming of 100 flowers that herald spring. Maritime decarbonization calls for joint action across the value chain.
China Classification Society will work with all industry stakeholders to carry out verification and certification of carbon emission data.
China Merchant Testing Technology Company has collaborated with CMES to promoting transformation in carbon monitoring technology and method.
DNV appreciates CMES and BHP utilizing our independent third-party role to ensure emission data and foster a sustainable green transition along value chain empowered by trust and assured data.
We are proud to be part of this pilot project in partnership with CMES and DNV. This pilot is an example of how we can leverage technology to monitor and report real-time emissions performance.
By using the data from the Smart Carbon Platform, people is able to better understand the carbon emission reduction impact on our different power processes.
迪亚迪致力于打造立体化绿色大交通整体解决方案，积极构建绿色航运供应链体系。我们很高兴看到碳排放监察平台能够向行业开放。
An industry-level digital carbon platform combining the integrated modern technology with best practice through collaboration is the path connecting both upstream and downstream. Hereby, I declare that the Smart Carbon Platform will be freely accessible to all relevant parties.
Let's ride together and thrive with tenacity into a greener and more sustainable future. Green shipping, smart carbon.
Now I would like to invite our following guests on stage for the launch ceremony of the Smart Carbon Platform.
Ms. Shi Dai, President of China Merchants Group.
Ms. Sun Feng, Chairman and President of China Classification Society.
Mr. Remy Erickson, President CEO of DNV Group.
Mr. Feng Boming, Executive Vice President of China Merchants Group.
Mr. Wang Yongxing, President of China Merchants Energy Shipping.
Mr. Anga Banga, COO of Caravel Group.
Mr. Zhang Shouguo, Executive Vice President of China Ship Owners Association.
Mr. Liu Yingjie, President of China Merchants Testing Technology Holding.
Mr. Mei Xianzhi, Deputy General Manager of China Merchants Industry Holding.
There's a control device in front of each guest. 在各位嘉宾的前面呢，有一
There is a pushing equipment in front of you.
Commemorative photo.
请先面对镜头合影。稍后我们将倒数，就请各位嘉宾把右手放在这个推的装置上，推下去。
Please put your right hand on the equipment.
Will our guests please push the device forward to officially launch the Smart Carbon Platform? Ready? Please have your hand on the device.
请放上去，倒数
1,
1、
2,
2、
3.
3，请推下去。Please push it. 里程。The Smart Carbon Platform has officially launched. 请大家合影留念。
Please pose for a commemorative photo.
1, 2, 3. Thank you so much.
Big smile. Thank you all for your participation. Let
请
us
各位嘉
now
宾，请各位嘉宾移步台下就坐。
please return to your seats, distinguished guests. And now let's take this opportunity to have a short break. We're slightly behind schedule, so I'll be very grateful if all guests can return in 10 minutes.
10分钟后，我们再回到现场，一会儿见。
See you back at 4:30. Thank you. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, the forum is going to
尊敬的各位来宾，请尽快就座。我。 请各位嘉宾就座。
Please return to your seat.
I see a lot of people are still enjoying your tea and coffee. For those of you who know me industry, I am a bit of a timekeeper, so I am not going to wait too much. Hong Kong has one of the best business environments in the world and in Asia, with world-class financial and legal services providing unique access to the Chinese market. However, in an increasingly complex geopolitical landscape, and in the face of strong competition from other maritime centers, what can we do to strengthen Hong Kong's position as a premier international maritime center? Let us all welcome Mr. Wellington Koo, Chairman of the Hong Kong Shipowner Association. Mr. Koo will speak on the new opportunities for Hong Kong as an international maritime center. Welcome, Mr. Koo.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the event organizer for inviting me to speak at this third edition of the World Maritime Merchants Forum. The theme of this year's forum is Riding the Wave, and I believe that it's a fitting description of the opportunities lie ahead for Hong Kong as a major international shipping center. The global shipping industry is undergoing a rapid transformation, which is driven by factors such as climate change and new technologies such as big data and artificial intelligence. Today, we stand on the brink of a new era, an era where our actions and decisions will define the sustainability and livability of our cities and societies. Hong Kong, a vital maritime hub, is well positioned to lead this change. These changes and actions are creating new challenges, but they are also creating new opportunities. Hong Kong has a long and distinguished history as a shipping center. We have a world-class port, a solid maritime cluster, and a favorable business environment. But we cannot afford to be complacent. We need to continue to invest in our infrastructure, our talent, and our innovation. We also need to work together to create a more sustainable and inclusive shipping industry. To begin, let's talk about our vision to bolster Hong Kong's role in global decarbonization efforts. Decarbonization is not just a buzzword, it is a commitment, a responsibility. We envision Hong Kong taking the helm in the global drive to decarbonize the shipping industry by championing new green technologies, notably low-carbon fuels and energy-efficient ships. We are committed to supporting the development and adoption of these technologies, steering the shipping industry towards a cleaner, greener horizon. In line with our vision, Hong Kong is actively positioning itself as a leading green fuel bunkering hub and port. We believe that by offering an infrastructure conducive to green fuel bunkering, we can incentivize ships to adopt eco-friendly fuels, significantly reducing their emissions. Recent developments in bunkering infrastructure, notably for LNG, laid a foundation, and we are determined to expand this support to encompass a broader range of green fuels like methanols and biofuels. Furthermore, Hong Kong is poised to emerge as a hub for green shipping finance and insurance, providing vital support for the investment essential to decarbonizing the shipping fleet. We aim to propel the transition to sustainable shipping practices by fostering a conducive environment for green finance. Together, we can embark on this transformative journey, charting a course towards a sustainable green future in shipping. Hong Kong's role as a beacon of sustainable maritime practices is not just a vision, but actually an achievable reality. In conclusion, let us embrace this opportunity, this moment in time, where we can lead the change towards a greener, sustainable future. Hong Kong is ready to set sail on a path that not only benefits our city, but influences the global maritime landscape positively. Let us unite in our commitment to a better world for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Koo. Next, let us welcome Mr. Philip Young, the Honorary Chairman of the Hong Kong International Arbitration Center, who will share his thoughts on the challenges and opportunities faced by Hong Kong maritime arbitration in the new situation.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to be invited to give a short talk about maritime arbitration and in the new situation. I'll start by saying that my days that were in the BIMCO documentary committee, and I'm so glad to see a lot of BIMCO colleagues around. About a little more than a decade ago, the BIMCO documentary committee or council has actually decided that Asia is so important in maritime activities that a venue should be picked on top of the traditional London and New York. And I was actually asked to chair this arbitration venue subcommittee. And 4 venues in Asia were picked. In fact, they volunteer and put forward application to become the seat of Asia. And those venues were Shanghai, Hong Kong, Seoul, and Singapore. But during the first meeting, I remember it was in London, the subcommittee member quickly dismissed the civil law jurisdiction, if I may say. That means Shanghai and Seoul, and in favor of common law jurisdiction. And because they all agree that BIMCO's contracts or form or clauses were drafted based on English law or common law, and therefore it requires the venue to have a common law ecosystem. Therefore, eventually, only Singapore and Hong Kong were left, and we know what happened. That's part of the history. In 2012, Singapore was chosen to be the first venue, Asian venue, to be included in the arbitration, BIMCO standard arbitration and dispute resolution clause. But of course, with the efforts of Hong Kong, particularly Sabrina Chow and many others, I understand that I've already left the BIMCO documentary committee, but Hong Kong had managed to be included in the standard clause as well. Now that was the history. Now, of course, I have to go to the next point, is that It is a very important step to be recognized by BIMCO standard form or clause, the arbitration clause, but it is only one of the several other important matters when it comes to the promotion of arbitration. And if we look at the figures in 2022, it is all public. We know that the bulk of the caseload of maritime arbitration still goes to London. The LMAA, the London Maritime Arbitrator Association, the figure is 3,200 new appointments or new cases. And I am sure that is not all the maritime arbitrations that is going to London, because those figures only come from full members of LMAA. Now, in Singapore, in spite of being included in the BIMCO standard clause, nonetheless, I think the figure is only 40. That is what I found in SCMA's data. In Hong Kong, which is published by Hong Kong Maritime Arbitration Group, the number is 111. Now, we are still very, very far from the leading maritime arbitration center of London. We are still very far. But in Asia, I would say Hong Kong is still not doing too bad. Now I have to come to the new situation. The new situation which is facing Hong Kong is that if you look at maritime arbitration, it is still the standard practice of going to London. Everybody take it as a matter of granted, and historically it has been doing like this. But now, in the new situation, we have the geopolitical situation and many other regulations and law as well. I just mentioned a few. Sanction is a problem. Another bigger problem when it comes to arbitration, including maritime arbitration, is the data protection. And there are several others as well. With this new situation, we have to look at Hong Kong and mainland China. The importance of mainland China is that it remains to be the main user of maritime arbitration. I've heard from time to time that 50% of London's maritime cases has something to do with China. Now, China's maritime arbitration or contracts just take it for granted, inciting London. But now with the new situation, there is at least, I start to see a change of heart. Now, in that case, you can see in mainland China, there are a lot of venues now. They are trying or striving to be the maritime center or maritime venue. Cities including Shanghai, Shenzhen, Xiamen, Hainan, and many more, even Beijing. But amongst all those venues, if I look back when I was at the BIMCO, when I select the Asian venue, there is a handicap because it is not a common law jurisdiction, and it doesn't have the common law ecosystem. In that case, Hong Kong actually is conspicuously advantageous in the sense that in Hong Kong we have a long history of common law jurisdiction, common law ecosystem. It's not just the arbitrator, it's not just the lawyers, it goes to the judiciary and the law, system of law. And in Hong Kong we also have other ecosystem. As we all know, we have maritime arbitrator, which are well known to the mainland and to Asia or even to the world, and we also have very important maritime law firms and P&I clubs. We have virtually all the P&I clubs. In that sense, I'm not afraid of healthy competition. We have already a lot of competition with the West, with Singapore, and with mainland China as well, when there are more and more cities trying to be a maritime center or venue. But I think Hong Kong stand out to be advantageous than many other places. And as long as we can keep up in Hong Kong, including the growing of expertise and so forth, I'm sure we can recharge ourselves in the new situation of the world today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. It has been a long journey indeed for Hong Kong to reach its position as the second most active maritime arbitration center. As you said, Hong Kong is uniquely positioned to serve the legal arbitration needs of China. But to realize our full potential, we need support from shipping companies from mainland China. This is very clear. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Katharina Stansel, the Managing Director of Intertanko, to give a speech on managing carbon reductions, an oil tanker perspective. Welcome, Ms. Stansel.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is indeed a great pleasure to be here today, and I will take you back to some of the opening remarks that we've heard today. I'm going to repeat some of these topics because they affect us all in the shipping industry. So, climate change. It is a global challenge and it affects every one of us every single day. The choices we make in our daily lives influence profoundly our individual carbon footprints, and the efforts we make as individuals, from saving energy to choosing specific types of goods, transport or services with lower greenhouse gas emissions, collectively impact what society as a whole can achieve. Meanwhile, government policies and regulations should assist us to make sense of the increasing complexities we face as a species, and they usually also dictate what forms of energy we are able to use and we will be using in the future. Now, Intertanko members are tanker owners and experts in carrying liquid energy, today still often in the form of oil, gas, or petroleum products, but increasingly also in the form of other cargoes, for example, for use in power generation. So while they face the same challenges as vessels in other sectors to decarbonize their operations and propulsion, they are at the same time looking to regulators and society in general to understand what the future demand for energy will look like, and consequently, what their future cargoes will be. Because both aspects will affect the types of vessels they operate, what specifications will be required for new vessels, and where they are likely to trade. So today, our tanker crews have decades of experience with handling dangerous liquids and gases as cargo. They mitigate and deal with anything from toxicity to flammability to explosion risks. However, neither they nor anybody else have much experience of using some of the new substances as fuels in ships' engines. So the future fuel mix for shipping will present us all with significant operational and safety challenges, something we need to address urgently, jointly, and with a focus on global rules for a global industry. In addition, and apart from the potential dangers of some of the alternative energy sources we're talking about, both when they are transported in bulk or when they're used as fuels, we need to address their real climate impact from production through distribution, storage, and use. We have therefore, like many others here, joined a global review effort at the International Maritime Organization, the IMO, undertaking what we call a life cycle analysis for shipping fuels by adopting a well-to-wake approach. If there is demand, tankers will transport whatever liquid or gaseous forms of energy society chooses to use. But as responsible global citizens, Intertanko members are concerned that there currently are no sustainable fuels available that are carbon-free or have been produced using renewable energy to actually minimize their overall carbon footprint from production to use. We have interim solutions that can be found in the form of biofuels or LNG, but they will not allow for a total decarbonization of shipping. Intertanko members have for decades now focused on reducing their operational footprint. They're working tirelessly to increase their energy efficiency, both through operational as well as technological measures. They have changed and improved how their tankers are run, how cargoes are heated, how vessels are routed, or arrival times coordinated, as we heard earlier, optimizing speeds. They've adopted technologies on board and modified their vessels for maximum efficiency, and they now continue to do so by harnessing renewable energy through wind assist sails, for example. They are fully committed and on track to deliver IMO's 2030 GHG emission reduction targets. However, they are concerned about the 2040 and 2050 targets, because reducing carbon intensity and emissions by over 70% will only be possible if fuels or energy sources with very low or zero carbon are available to ships as part of the solution. The production of such fuels is not in ship owners' hands, and the amount of renewable energy required to make truly carbon-neutral fuels for shipping is enormous. In a submission to IMO's Maritime Environmental Protection Committee, MEPC, Intertanko analyzed fuel options to meet agreed levels of ambition for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships. And apart from considering new nuclear technology in the form of molten salt reactors, which could truly reduce GHG emissions by 100%, the study highlighted that many green fuels, i.e. fuels from renewable resources, have lower energy density than their fossil fuel counterparts we're using today. So they would be required in larger volumes to provide the same power. To produce, for example, 450 million tons of green ammonia that would be required by shipping, if that was our only future fuel, the green hydrogen needed would exceed global production today 200 times. And the process would use up the equivalent of 54% of global renewable energy produced in 2021. Now, it is doubtful and actually nonsensical to suggest that 54% of the global total production of renewable energy should be used just to reduce 2.8% of the global gas emissions that are produced by shipping, especially when that energy could be used to make much more significant reductions in other sectors that in any case are going to compete with shipping for the limited amounts of truly sustainable fuels becoming available. And Intertanko members are not waiting around for sustainable fuels. This is very important. They are actively reducing their carbon footprints through other currently available measures today. They're also exploring necessary safety precautions that we will need to keep ships' crews safe during the transition. And they are urgently seeking the engagement of regulators, governments, and other stakeholders to ensure the fuel part of shipping's decarbonization is prioritized, because it is not in the ship owners' hands. Ship owners are contributing by adjusting the way they operate, build, and equip their vessels. They honor their commitment to decarbonize shipping by trialing new technology, which they cannot develop themselves, and by using alternative fuels, which they cannot produce themselves. They accept and actively support being regulated through global rules mandated by the IMO, but their success is codependent on the commitment of others to research and develop, mandate, regulate, and adjust expectations to ensure that all stakeholders in our global maritime transport chain that are not directly regulated by IMO are actively engaged to support this transition. For the sake of humanity and our planet, we need to do this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stansel. One of the key challenges to the adoption of green fuels is safety. In this regard, as a leading international classification society, DNV has significant experiences and insights on green fuels, as well as the latest trends in environmental marine technologies. I am pleased to present Mr. Remy Eriksen, President and CEO of DNV Group, who will share his thoughts on what it will take to decarbonize shipping. Welcome, Ms. Eriksen.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and a pleasure to be invited here and speak at the third World Maritime Merchants Forum organized by China Merchants Group. When it comes to decarbonization in the maritime industry, the ship is turning, but like a supertanker coming about, this is happening slowly. We are in a decisive decade for the industry. And today I want to share some views and reflections on three things: the challenges, the progress, and the opportunities in shipping's decarbonization journey. Let's start with the challenges. There is no doubt that the transition to low-carbon shipping is more complex than in many other sectors. For example, unlike buildings, road transport, and coastal shipping, electrification is not realistic, scalable solution for international shipping. Realistic options for deep-sea shipping are fuels such as sustainable biofuels and hydrogen and its derivatives such as ammonia and synthetic methanol and diesel. But as an industry, we must prepare for the reality that both sustainable biofuels and hydrogen-based fuels will be much more expensive than fossil fuels. In DNV's latest maritime forecast to 2050, our independent research-based outlook on shipping's energy future, we predict that meeting the IMO greenhouse gas emission goal for 2030 will require shipping to secure 30 to 40% of the estimated annual global supply for carbon-neutral fuels by then. That is 17 million tons of oil equivalents, a daunting, nearly impossible task considering that other sectors will compete for the same fuel, as also mentioned by the previous speaker. So, what are the pros and cons? There are significant supply chain synergies between sustainable biofuels and the existing fossil fuel chain, but biofuels will be costly and in scarce supply. We must also acknowledge that shipping will have to compete with aviation on availability and willingness to pay. Hydrogen-based fuels are far more demanding from an infrastructure point of view for some of the hydrogen-based derivatives, and it's also challenging from an investment point of view. Hydrogen-based fuels will remain scarce, while renewable energy is prioritized for direct electrification. But we anticipate a significant scale-up from the mid-2030s, so we must prepare already now. Challenges aside, there has been significant progress in shipping's decarbonization journey. A fuel technology transition is already underway in the industry, with half the tonnage on order capable of using LNG, LPG, or methanol in dual-fuel engines, compared to just 1/3 of the tonnage on order just a year ago. And like many of you, we at DNV welcome the decision by the International Maritime Organization earlier this year to greatly strengthen international shipping's emissions targets. The industry has now an ambitious course for net zero greenhouse gas emissions by or around 2050, with strong 2030 and 2040 targets as well. These targets will create more visibility around demand for alternative fuel production and needed supply infrastructure. The inclusion of shipping in the EU's emission trading scheme and incoming well-to-wake regulations create additional incentives for reducing carbon output across many industries. So progress is being made, but what about the opportunities? Should the industry be ceasing now to accelerate the progress? Here I want to talk about energy efficiency measures. Reducing energy consumption is critical to lowering emissions and, equally important, can soften the impact of increasing fuel costs, because we know they will be more expensive. Work has been underway for several years now and is being aided by advancements in physical technologies as well as by digital technologies. Wind-assisted propulsion is an example that owners claim to have delivered yearly fuel savings of between 5% and 9% when retrofitted on certain ships. Another example is air lubrication systems currently seeing a high rate of uptake, particularly in the container segment and in the gas carrier segment. Typical values for net power savings, as provided by system manufacturers, are in the range of 4% to 7% at normal operating weather conditions and without large roll motions or large trim. The effect of different energy efficiency measures will vary from for different ship types, operational profiles, and weather conditions. So to accelerate the uptake of energy efficiency measures, drive decarbonization, and reduce cost, I believe the industry would greatly benefit from a standard on measuring and verifying the technical efficiency of ships. And we at DNV have just developed a recommended practice for this, describing what we call the Vessel Technical Index. Combined with accurate data and third-party verification, transparent and trusted information on vessel technical performance can enable dynamic and performance-adjusted charter contracts, incentivizing investment in energy efficiency. Onboard carbon capture is another opportunity to investigate. While this requires the development of significant logistics chains, it can reduce demand for sustainable biomass or renewable electricity needed to produce carbon-neutral fuels. The greatest opportunity of all, though, that we must seize now is collaboration. There is no doubt that shipping is on a track to transform at a breathtaking scale in the coming 3 decades, but reaching the net zero future that the world wants requires the industry to decarbonize even more deeply and much faster than today. And this can only be done together. We must work together as an industry. We must work with our customers, with peers, with supply chain partners, with ports and with regulators and policymakers, and not least the energy industry. Together we can make the shift needed. And forums like this are fantastic places to accelerate and enhance this collaboration and deliver the transformation the world needs. There is too much at stake for either hesitation or wishful thinking. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Eriksson. From your insightful speech, I gather, indeed, one of the key takeaways is that there will be multiple decarbonization pathways with different solutions, not only in green fuels, but also environmental marine technologies. We also need good quality data, and I'm pleased to learn about the Vessel Technical Index DNV has developed.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our second and final panel discussion. Decarbonization is perhaps the single greatest challenge to the maritime industry. At the same time, innovative technologies such as big data, AI, cloud computing, and the Internet of Things are making the integration of the digital world and the shipping industry possible. This panel, consisting of experts occupying diverse positions across the maritime value chain, will focus on decarbonization and digitalization. In particular, we will ask the panelists to share their views on potential solutions to these issues.
I would like to invite the following guests to come to stage. Mr. Logan Chong, Managing Director of BNP Paribas Hong Kong. Mr. John Bradshaw, Technical Director for Environment and Safety of World Shipping Council. Mr. Jeremy Gross, Joint Managing Director of North Standard P&I Club. Ms. Zhang Shuang, Researcher at the Institute of Ocean Law and Culture at Dalian Maritime University. Ms. Li Yanqing, Secretary General of China Shipbuilding Industry Association. Mr. Andrew McKean, COO of Lloyd's Register. Mr. Ji Yongbo, Director of the Ship Center of the Water Transport Science Research Institute of the Ministry of Transport of the PRC. Last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Li Lianjun, partner at Reed Smith Richards Butler, to preside over this session. Welcome on stage, Mr. Li.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. My name is Lianjun Li, a senior partner of Reed Smith Richards Butler Hong Kong office. I'm very honored to moderate this panel, and I take this opportunity to thank the organizers to invite me as the moderator. In this session, we shall focus on topics of facing the global trend of decarbonization and digitalization, how to accelerate the transformation and upgrading of the shipping industry, and stimulate long-term development momentum. With me today, as the MC said, we have 7 esteemed panelists: Mr. Logan Chung, Mr. John Bradshaw, Mr. Jeremy Gruss, Madam Zhang Shuang, Mr. Li Yanqing, and Mr. Andy Mercarin, and Mr. Ji Yongbo. Each speaker is an expert in their respective professional area, and they will provide their insights from different perspectives, from banks, classification society, P&I clubs, and shipbuilders, and also on the governance and the regulatory aspects. Without further ado, let us begin with the discussion. And may I invite Mr. Logan Chung. Mr. Chung is the Managing Director, BNP Paribas, Hong Kong. He is the core head of shipping team and manages the Hong Kong shipping team directly, covering largely the North Asia region. Logan, may I invite you to explain how the banks will play in terms of decarbonization, and digitalization. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lee, and also thank you to the organizer, China Merchants Group, organized such a great event, and I'm honored to be invited here. Yeah, as Mr. Lee, you mentioned banks, how we can contribute in the decarbonization of the shipping industry. And probably many people heard about Poseidon Principles, and BNP is one of the founding members of Poseidon Principles, which is, maybe I recapped, maybe some people may not know that. This is for banks joining this Poseidon Principle is to encourage our shipping clients to improve the carbon, to reduce the carbon efficiency. And this is for the bank's financing portfolio. So each year, we will collect our clients' data on the carbon emissions and to compare with what we call is a trajectory that, in fact, is based on IMO target. And as a matter of fact, that so coincidentally, Poseidon Principle also in this year is the 3rd year, yeah, same as the World Maritime Forum here. So the trajectory that IMO has just revised in August this year, so that we also have the revised trajectory that can help how we place our clients' portfolio in the carbon emissions. That if there is, cannot meet it or has a positive or negative, then we can encourage our clients to improve their efficiency. So this is one way. And another way is that, in fact, many banks also, in fact, BNP also, that we will help clients to improve the efficiency by we so-called some banking products, that is including the green bond, green loan, or sustainability-linked loans and bond. That, for example, if a sustainability-linked loan, that we have some KPI, if the clients can achieve certain KPI, then we may adjust certain interest margins. So on the other hand, if I cannot meet the KPI, there may be adjustment to increase the interest margin. So that is two ways adjustment. So The principle is to give incentives to our clients to improve their technology and also to reduce carbon emission. Yeah. And in BNP, we have, because of that, we actually create a transversal group. We call this a low carbon transition group that is helping our client particularly to how to transfer to a low carbon economy. So in fact, BNP we have put $1 billion euro to help our clients to how to transit, to reduce carbon emissions, and also in other aspects of ESG matters. So which actually link to digitalization, because the digitalization can help our industry be more sustainable, which can also be one of the aspects of sustainability. I think I stop here because time is not so ample.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Logan. Our next speaker is Mr. John Bradshaw. John is the Technical Director for Environment and Safety of the World Shipping Council. He is a maritime regulatory specialist and a marine engineer with a broad range of senior level experience with maritime engineering and technical and policy matters, including representing the liner segment at the International Maritime Organization. And the dual factor of green and the low carbon, it is important to know how shipping companies can change their thinking and achieve economic and efficient operation of their fleets, and also in order to achieve the global dual carbon goals. It is crucial to understand the selection and application of green fuels for ships, and the importance of a carbon reduction mechanism, and the important mission of crew members. John, may I invite you to illustrate on those topics? It's difficult topics, but please do.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for this opportunity as well. Our members are already investing heavily. The liner segment recognizes and embraces the need for change. And we've already had a lot of talk today about the number of methanol ships that are on order in particular. At the moment, our members, which we represent the liner segment, containers and vehicle carriers, see methanol as an excellent solution. And they are working with fuel suppliers to secure supplies of green methanol, which is very important. They're also monitoring other alternative potential fuels, such as ammonia and green electrofuels. And they are doing a lot of the other work that has been discussed today. It's not just about alternative fuels. They are investing in energy efficiency enhancement, hydrodynamic optimization, energy recovery, smart operation, and all these other excellent things that are happening in the industry that can actually make a difference. But something which is critically important, which I think has been recognized by several speakers, is that for all of this to continue and for us to maintain this momentum, which is now well underway, we need regulatory certainty. We were highly appreciative of the revision of the IMO greenhouse gas strategy. And that does give industry the message that it needs to make these long-term, very significant investments. And for all parts of the value chain and the different segments that make up this journey to cooperate. One of the principal questions which you've referenced is about the future of fuels. And at the moment, I think if we're honest, all of us here would admit that there's a significant degree of uncertainty. I've already referenced the methanol, but at the moment it's unclear whether we'll see a dominant fuel emerge or whether we'll see a more fractured fuel landscape with different green fuels fitting into the matrix. I've already mentioned, fuels like ammonia and synthetic e-fuels. We also have biofuels, of course. And as I think it was Intertanko have already said, we think the key to this is transparent fuel life cycle assessment on a well-to-wake basis. And I would also add to that sustainability criteria. We would argue that if a fuel meets the objectives via a life cycle analysis and has good sustainability criteria, then that should be accepted as a green fuel, which the industry may wish to use. Which fuels will be used will obviously be a commercial decision as well, but as long as we're confident in the green credentials, that's really the main thing. And we need to have this level playing field, which circles back to the issue of regulatory certainty. When we look at regulatory mechanisms, IMO is doing excellent work, and I am aware we have representatives of member states here, so just to express our appreciation to the excellent work that they've been doing. But now I think we're down to two basic options, which would be a levy or to build a financial component into a fuel standard. And to be frank, we think either of those would work. It's really about the detailed design. And what's more important is for IMO member states to reach a rapid agreement so that we can move on to the actual real work of ensuring that this meets the needs of industry. And just one final word would be to reiterate what so many of us have said today. We must safeguard the safety of our seafarers. That's non-negotiable. We have to decarbonise, we have to have a zero emission future, but that has to be in conjunction with keeping our people safe. And with that, I'll stop, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for your sharing. Our next panelist is Mr. Jeremy Gruss. Mr. Gruss is the Joint Managing Director of North Stand. Of course, North Stand, is one of the leading providers of global marine insurance P&I products and services across the maritime industries. Jeremy, can I invite you to speak from the P&I Club's perspective on the selection and the future promotion and application of green fuel for ships? Could you also please share your views on the important mission and value of crew members in achieving the global dual carbon goals? Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. And may I just say thank you to the organizers for having invited me here. I was struck this afternoon, the word that I heard being used by many of the distinguished speakers was collaboration. That was a context or a necessity that seemed to be underpinning much of the discussion and the presentations this morning. And I think that amongst many of the very successful ways in which ship owners and the shipping market has collaborated over the years, the P&I clubs are a very effective and demonstrably effective example of that. And I think that there is an opportunity here for P&I clubs to play their part in supporting the process of decarbonisation. I think we have a role to play both in terms of supporting the sharing of knowledge and information around the technology and operational aspects to make sure that people understand as much as possible. And of course, also from the crew, as you mentioned, from a crew perspective, that crew have the opportunity to to develop the level of knowledge and skills that they need to bring on board new changes that will take place. I think we may also have a role to play around the sharing of information about the availability of fuels. That was something that was mentioned a little earlier. The international group of P&I clubs has an immense network of correspondence in ports around the world, in every port around the world. And I suggest that there may be an opportunity there to use them to be able to supply information about the availability of fuels. I think we also have a role to play in terms of being able to support around charter parties. I mean, there are going to be many issues, I suspect, around the legal regimes, and the P&I clubs have a significant role to play there, and perhaps also in supporting the development of a consistent, reliable international regime of liability that will need to underpin the trade that goes forward from here. And finally, I think, and you mentioned the crew, as I said, I think it's very important from our perspective that we are able to, I mean, principally, P&I clubs spend a lot of time in trying to ensure that the ship owners and the crew that are on board ships are safely protected. And I think a lot of that is going to be about communication. And I think that it's important that we listen to the crew to establish what they know and what they find out about the development of these new technologies, so that we can support them in developing the knowledge that they need to be able to manage the change successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy, for your excellent sharing with us from the P&I Club's point of view. Our next panelist is Professor Zhang Shuang. Professor Zhang is the Professor of Shipping Development Research Institute of Dalian Maritime University, specializing in international regulations related to energy efficiency and greenhouse gas emissions reduction from ships. Professor Zhang, may I invite you to speak from a policy and government perspective on, firstly, how shipping companies can change their thinking and achieve economic and efficient operation of their fleets. Secondly, how carbon reduction mechanism should play a positive role in promoting highly quality industrial development. And lastly, the selection of a future promotion and application of green fuel for ships. Professor Zhang, please.
Thank you, moderator, and a very good day to all. Regarding your question, if I may I just start with your second question, and carbon reduction mechanism. The major goal of the carbon reduction mechanism under development at the IMO for the moment is to deliver an energy transition. A well-designed policy should be able to lead a real sustainable transition. So this means not only the uptake of sustainable fuels, but also to ensure a sustainable transition process. So to this end, I think the design of the mechanism should fulfill at least the following criteria or conditions. First, it should be effective, so that the levels of ambition in the GHG emission strategy should be fulfilled. And second, it should be clear, so all the stakeholders across the value chain can well understand what the consequence would be of different decisions or choices. Third, it should be inclusive. This is twofold. First, any zero or near zero technology, energy, and field should be equally incentivized. So that is one fold. And the other aspect is that any party or stakeholder should be able to part of this transition. So that is another angle of the inclusiveness. And the fourth criteria is motivating. I think design of the measure should provide sufficient incentives for the first movers, but in the meanwhile, the level playing field should be ensured. And last but not least, this mechanism should be pragmatic. So this means unsustainable fears should be phased down, but this process should be smooth, so the market will not be disrupted or distorted. So that is 5 criteria the design of the mechanism should meet. Regarding your question on the selection of fears, I think it is not simply about a selection of a specific fear type like ammonia or methanol. It is more about citing a pathway from where we are and towards a decarbonization future. Based on this understanding, I think the alternative fuels can be categorized into 3 groups. First, group 1, it should be bio oils. That is very like the conventional fuels consumed today by existing ships. So like HVO and some FAME. The biggest benefit of these fuels that is they are not that expensive, that is available. And in the lifetime, in the life cycle terms, can be net zero emissions. But the biggest challenge of these fuels is the availability and possibly high price in the long run. And group 2, that should be the alternative fuels with carbon in its composition, like methanol and methane. The technology for the uptake of this group of fuels that is relatively mature, but the GHG reduction potential heavily depend on the carbon source in this kind of fuels. And group 3, that is the alternative fuels without carbon in its composition, like hydrogen, and the fuels based on hydrogen, like ammonia. And such kind of fuels can be also applied in the form of fuel cells. So across all these 3 groups of fuels, for selection, for existing ships, I think the group 1 fuels would be a very straightforward choice. So that is can drop in and we can use that. And even in the middle term, we can also additionally apply the onboard carbon capture. So the existing LNG ship may follow a similar approach. And for the new buildings, it seems that the methanol can be a practical choice, but the availability of real sustainable methanol in the long run and possibly high price would bring about a high uncertainty. And for new buildings, at least I think LNG is another choice. Even though LNG is based on fossil, so even that is fossil origin, LNG in the short term can also achieve at least up to 17% reduction in terms of well-to-wake GHG emissions. And in the mid and long term, we can use the biomethane, and additionally, in the meanwhile, we can also uptake the onboard carbon capture. So these 2 options can also achieve a deeper reduction. Furthermore, LNG-powered ships can also be constructed as ammonia-ready. So it will provide another opportunity to switch to another promising solution. In the future, ammonia may be a preferred solution by many new buildings, provided the technical barriers, for instance, the engine technology and NO2 emissions, as well as some safety issues can be duly addressed. So, but this is only a general scenario for shipping industry as a whole. For individual companies, that may be a different versions of story. So this brings us to your first question on how to change thinking to adapt to this situation. To be short, I have 3 keywords to share for this event. First, that is pooling compliance. Because the future fuel standard may not necessarily be fulfilled by each and individual ships. So shipping companies can be open-minded and develop a holistic plan for their individual ships and fleet as a whole. Second keyword is sustainable fuel. No matter whichever pathway you will finally choose, to secure the availability or to secure the supply of real sustainable fuel will always be helpful to reduce or keep the risk under control. And the last keyword is the collaboration. Many panelists emphasize that here. So collaboration between ships, collaboration among and between different stakeholders, that will be vital. So the existing and future voyage-based solution can provide such opportunities. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Zhang. Our next panelist is Mr. Li Yanqing. Mr. Li is the Secretary General of China Association of the National Shipbuilding Industry. Mr. Li has long represented China to take the post in the Technical Committee on Ship and Marine Technology Organization for International Standardization. Mr. Li, it is very important for the shipbuilders to cope with the developments on decarbonization and digitalization. May I invite you to speak from the prospective shipbuilder how shipping companies can achieve economic and efficient operation of their fleets and the development direction of digitalization for their fleets. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Li. I'm very thankful for inviting me the second time to join the discussion. Perhaps I'm the only very small fraction represent shipbuilders here. Decarbonization is a big issue. Now, the goal for decarbonizing shipping is very clear, which is made by the new strategy formulated in MEPC 80. But the pathway to the goal is not so clear and always make the partners very confused. I believe that's because very complicated issue, not only for the alternative fuels, but I believe the detailed interpretation of the regulation and in the future maybe still many progress for the regulation. And also, shipping companies need to consider in the future the market instrument, the mechanism. So it's very complicated. My suggestion is we need, the shipping company need to evaluate your overall capability before you make the transformation strategy. Because you need to make it very clear and send the clear information to shipbuilders. In that case, shipyards can get more information and to help you. And here, I'd like to give you some figures of this year's new building. Around 1,000 new built ships have selection of the LNG as a fuel. And less than 200 have the methanol. And around the same number, the methanol ready. And over 200, around 200 new ships have the selection of the ammonia ready. So it means still a lot of shipping companies hesitate to make the the radical decision. So my proposal to the small or medium-sized shipping company need to consider from the start of the low carbon to transit gradually to the final destination, because the fundamental measures such as carbon-free fuels is still on the way for maturity. For digitalization, I think it's also the big issue. I know that there are so many new technologies, such as our experts mentioned, the blockchain, big data, IoT, sensoring, and also, these new technologies are serious, come from the traditional shipbuilding sector or shipping sector. So we need to have many time to learn, to embrace the newcomer together. So shipping companies, I believe, are still very difficult to solve the problems independently. So we need more parties to get involved, to work together, to have the consensus. For example, in specific region, Greater Bay Area, we can have some kind of industrial alliance to move forward together. So it's a very important, I think. Another two points relating to the digitalization or intelligent is, the first is about the energy efficiency. So we can use the new technology and software to improve our energy saving, or for example, the voyage planning and fuel consumption monitoring. So this is what were happening in shipbuilding industry and the shipping industry to work together to develop the new technology and use it. And the second is about intelligent shipping or autonomous shipping. I believe this is very important and now will be regulated by the mass code and other conventions. There's a lot of innovations, R&Ds for this issue. I think that's the best way for a shipping company need to consider what you what do you want for the autonomous shipping, just for the safer navigation or for the long run to have the solutions to solve the problem of the shortage of the crews. It's very important. So let's go back to the selection of the fuels. So for many years discussion, I believe that we all know that the future is the area of the diverse fuel supply and the multiple, the power forms on board. So we know there's no absolutely ideal fuels, alternative fuels, whatever you use, the ammonia, methanol, hydrogen, or you consider the battery or fuel cells. So I think that's so many shipping companies is just waiting for the engine providers for the new type, for the ammonia engine, methanol engine, or hydrogen engine. So that's the problem. But now we noticed the latest development of the batteries and the fuel cells. Chinese shipbuilding industry now work with some shipping companies to develop the electric ships and fuel cells driving ships using in the coast shipping or inland navigation. And simultaneously, we consider the construction of the onshore facilities. So it's very important. I think that's for ocean-going shipping, the fuel cell maybe is a promising option and could be a competitive option. I think that's besides the internal combustion engine. But commercialization of this technology still needs some time for maturity. So the crew is very important. When we talk about the decarbonization, or talk about digitalization, that's the crew is always the key. Now, most important things for us is we need to adapt the development of the times. So because we cannot just stay the old times, so that's why we need to focus the crews, because the innovation of ship technologies now mainly marked by a series of innovation of the systems and the equipment. The crew who operate the innovative ships is a key for the ensuring continuous safe navigation. So the point is we need upgrading our training course. We need to invite more technology and equipment providers to get involved to have the further integration with our education and the training system. That's the point. Thank you.
I was going to say, Mr. Lee, shall I? No, it's fantastic. Shall I jump straight in as well? Because I'm conscious we're a little bit short of time as well. So, and I wanted to build on some of the points I think had just been made as well from a classification perspective. And I think people talk about collaboration without realizing that collaboration is actually very difficult. It's not straightforward. I think one of the things that we have a privileged position within classification societies as an independent voice, effectively, of the industry to bring together like-minded stakeholders. One of the examples of this that we've put together over the last sort of 2 or 3 years is around what we call the Silk Alliance. And that looks at a sort of a green corridor within Asia Pacific to look at by 2028 to get to net zero shipping route, and by 2050 to get to zero carbon shipping routes. Now that brings together about 17 stakeholders across the industry, and it's taken us 2 years to get to the point of having open, transparent and meaningful conversations. So I think as the week goes on, what I would ask is, as people refer to collaboration, really dig into what does that actually mean, and what is the obligation and what is the responsibility of each party within that. I think the other thing from a class perspective is again, as people have mentioned, we've had to change our entire business models over this decarbonisation and digitalisation, because we are moving away from minimum standards. We have now got to introduce new fuels, and whether that's an ammonia, a hydrogen or a methanol, that are either toxic or explosive, totally different from what we've put into maritime in the past. So I think when we look at the importance of people, skills and training, that's something that we must not underestimate as we look at how do we deploy that safely and at scale through maritime in an industry that's been used to a very basic bunkering and fueling sort of methodology and capability. When we look at digitalization, I think that's more around we don't have standards. You know, one of the things, again, that the class societies have been working on, both our society plus some of the others that we've seen earlier today, so DMV and BV, is around data standards, common noon reports, you know, the Energy Leap program, what we're doing with Smart Maritime, so that shipping companies have the chance to use the data, not just in a cost-effective way, but an efficient way that has repeatability for performance. So I think that's another area that we really need, is more standards around the use of data, so that people can actually use it in a repeatable way. We've heard a lot about future fuels. I think the reality is that we're not going to have real clarity until about 2030. On which fuel that's going to be, which will be the ultimate choice. I think somebody mentioned it earlier. It will be a jigsaw puzzle of fuels. We will see biomethane, we will see e-methanol or e-methane, and we will have other fuels in the mix, which makes it even more important that we focus on the here and the now. So this is not about the future, it's about now. How do we look at energy efficiency? Because the takeaway is we cannot build today's ships with tomorrow's fuels. We have to reduce the power plant by about 15 to 20% by operational efficiency, because the future fuels will be ridiculously expensive in comparison with where we are. Data point, Maersk has just paid $2,500 per ton for biomethanol. Assume the power density, that's $5,000 per ton. It's 8 times the price on the fuel. So we have to get that supply chain in place as quickly as possible. With that, thank you.
Thank you for both. Mr. Lee from the shipbuilder's point of view and Andy from the class point of view. I think shipbuilding and class, you work really hand in hand. Thank you for your sharing. Our last but not least panelist is Mr. Ji Yongbo. Mr. Ji is the director of Ship Center of China Waterborne Transportation Research Institute. His main study area is on waterborne transportation policy and planning, ship transport technology, and ship technology standards. And Mr. Ji, can you share with us on those topics, please?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee. It's my honor to join the panel. I think time is limited. I will fall short. WTI is a major research institute at the think tank of waterborne transport industry in China. And decarbonization and digitalization is our main research area. And we have to build the basic policy and technical framework in China. And for decarbonization and the future green choice, I think the shipping companies and other stakeholders have already taken actions to meet the requirements of both from IMO and from local governments. And I think from improving ship energy efficiency to adopt green fuels and even carbon capture technologies, I think in the short and medium term, each measure is very necessary since we need huge amount of fuels. But in the long term, I think considering the carbon potential of each measures, I think the alternative green fuel will be the final choice. And besides, the carbon capture technology will also play an important role in the final stage. That's point one. But taking a center of the ship's type, ship's tonnage, and application scenario is very complicated. The selection of green fuel will be constrained many factors, just the speakers already mentioned, the feasibility of equipment, the possibility of energy supply, and also economics. So it's very hard right now to find a green fuel once for all and for all ships. I take example from China domestic ship. China has the largest domestic shipping fleets. We have coastal vessels and inland vessels. We have dredging vessels, harbor tugs, and also cargo ships and partnerships. So it's very hard to find a single technology to solve all the problems. Each technology has its best fit for ship and the best application scenarios. But the industry has realized this, we must make actions to move forward. And in the past few years, in China, the LNG and battery ship gain very quickly developments. And the China Yangtze River Shipping Group cooperated with CNOOC to develop more new sea river LNG-powered bulk carriers. And COSCO is also developed a 700 TEU container battery ship with full new ship design. And the new partnerships in China, they are very likely to use batteries since they are more friendly to passengers and easy to become attractions of the city. So these two fuels will dominate in the medium term. And methanol just started in China and it's more friendly to ship design and has the highest capacity, energy density. And will be zero emission if use green methanols. It will dominate in the coastal and the big ships in the middle and long term. Hydrogen, I think, is the best future zero emission fuels, but right now has some difficulty in technical difficulties, such as storage of hydrogen is very hard about the ship. And I think in the future, it will get widely used since the storage can be, I think the hydrogen can be carried by methanol or ammonia. But finally, my proposal is, since the selection of fuel is not very clear, my proposal is to we cooperate together to draw up a roadmap for green fuels for certain group of ship or certain area of ship. So everybody can, every stakeholders can work together. We have the same goals. So that's my comments. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. T. I have been asked to conclude this session before 6. We have 5 minutes. I can take either one question from the floors or from the panelists. Anyone wish to ask any questions to our panelists from the floor? If not, anyone want to supplement anything? Not really. Thank you very much. We have had wonderful discussions. Thank you all. Thank you, our panelists. Thank you, audience, everyone. I hope you enjoy the rest part of the evening, which is more interesting. See you later. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Time for a quick photograph to wrap things up. Thank you to all our distinguished guests, and thank you, Mr. Lee, for your masterful moderation. I have to say that panel was very, very enjoyable. It's a good balance between ambition and what we can do today. Practicality and ambition. That's a very, very good balance. And also the panelists coming across the value chain of industry, coming up with different solutions and different perspectives, ranging from certain principles in the financial space to solutions which are geared towards more ship owners' demand from LR, etc. So very, very much enjoyed that discussion. Thank you.
To ensure participants get a more enriching experience, the World Maritime Merchants Forum will be running a series of side forums on a variety of topics, including shipping markets, port and logistics, legal services and insurance, shipbuilding and ship repair, etc. For details, please refer to our official website, www.wmmhk.com. Dear guests and friends, the main forum of the third World Maritime Merchants Forum has come to a successful end. We sincerely hope you have enjoyed all the presentations and discussions.
To guests attending the gala dinner, please make your way to the 8th floor, Renaissance Harbor View Hotel.
接下来请
Now, to guests attending the gala dinner, please make your way to the 8th floor Residence Harbor View Hotel.